Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marty here at MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of Champion 02176, hoping you and yours continue to have a tremendous Christmas season as we begin to wind down 2021. Since Black Friday, I've been on the road 8 days, with more to come as I'm in overdrive with a body that's anything but trying to make things happen for the greatest wrestling fans I know, that being you. We welcome you to Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review for Saturday, December the 18th, 2021. We unfortunately missed last week's episode when I was in Orlando. Instead, we were joined by the Berzerker for a short interview by a guy that's quickly become a huge fan favorite here in Boston wrestling sports in just a matter of a few days. You guys are in for quite the ride with our new series, Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursdays. More to come on that. Want to remind fans in the Northeast that you're not going to want to miss the action, excitement, memories, and legends. Saturday night, April the 16th, as Boston Wrestling Sports presents to you Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, featuring live wrestling, an autograph photo fan fest, VIP exclusive Q&A, and so much more. Already confirmed to join us will be WWE Hall of Famer and AEW superstar Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, the Wild Berzerker, who was the protege of the late Bruiser Brody in the 1980s. Many more 1980s legends are going to be added, along with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, gearing up to compete inside the squared circle. It is going to be a happening. Best of all, discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at the BostonWrestling.com super site. Save some money while getting some best seats in the house. If you get your order in ASAP, we're going to send you an autographed Christmas card for gift-giving purposes, signed by WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and Marty Jannetty. Don't forget that we're going to be live tomorrow night, Sunday, December the 19th, as we begin to wrap up our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive efforts. John Cena Sr. will be here to draw the winning raffle ticket in our winner-take-all jackpot, where one lucky fan wins the entire pot of prizes. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, you could win thousands of dollars in merchandise, all while honoring the late, great Paul Bearer and helping us update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid this Christmas. For raffle tickets and a list of the items up for grabs, again, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. If that wasn't enough, we're in the home stretch of the Marty Jannetty Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Indiegogo campaign. We need your help to get Marty back into the studio and bring you more great, engaging content as Marty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. We have great prizes and rewards. Check it out. Let's keep wrestling legends working. We can't produce season 2 of this show without your help. It's as simple as that. If you're looking for that last-minute holiday gift for the wrestling fan on your list, look no further than the Boston Wrestling eBay store, open 24 hours a day. The link can be found in the description box below, or simply go over to BostonWrestling.com and click the store button. We have awesome merchandise with superstars of every era. Once you finally have a chance to unwind, have the professional wrestling streaming time of your life while helping keep the wrestling legends working with early, full-screen, often ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, along with our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library, as seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and more, by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Since we missed last week's episode, we're going to toss in a bonus this week from the week before, when we were joined for the very first time by the legendary Bushwhacker Luke for Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. It's a good one.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders. Great to have some fresh blood, some great folk on the program with us as we head into that big day. I don't know if you can even say the C word sometimes. It offends people. But we are Christmas aficionados here in Boston Wrestling. I don't know about you.
Whoa! It's great to be here, Dan, and with all your fans out there. G'day, mateys, and I'm looking forward to the show.
Unbelievable. Well, we tried to have you with us last Christmas, but the world was insane, and we had to miss you. But you were still kind enough to try and help with the VIP packages that we had for the great fans that weren't with us here in Boston and that were, around the corner and around the globe in a lot of cases.
Right around the world, mate. This wrestling based is global. What I mean to say, international, global, whatever you like to say, mates.
All in honor of this man right here.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any memories of this man
Percy,
right here?
yes, I remember him. Percy Pringle, when he was in Florida Championship Wrestling. This was going way back in the 80s. Great man. And, of course, when he got that position with the Undertaker, the pallbearer, that was the ultimate. And what a nice guy, too. Was sad to see him go, God bless him.
It was very unexpected to see him go. I know our friend that we made that Christmas greeting to, she called me about 12:30 in the morning after a SmackDown taping. I think it was March the 5th. And then his services were that Saturday. Coincidentally, he was actually going to be on an event we had that Saturday night here in Melrose. So X-Pac and we did a nice in-ring tribute to him that was kind of misty-eyed, to say the very least. And I would have rather have been at his services but that event, but you know how the old wrestling goes. You make the show, and even X-Pac said to me, he said, Percy would have said, you keep your ass right there and you go to the show. But I wanted to be in Alabama. I didn't wind up actually getting to see his resting place until, I think it was the weekend of WrestleMania 34 when they were in New Orleans. The day after we drove over, and a little further than I thought it was going to be to go from New Orleans to Alabama, but I was glad I saw it. I was happy I saw it. And the one thing I'm happy about with this toy drive is that we carry on the tradition.
Carry on the name of the pallbearer.
The year
Boy,
before-
what a guy he was too. And I spent a lot of time, I worked for the Fullers down there in Alabama for a year and a half. And I was around that area where he came from a lot.
Well, I tell you this, not a finer human being. Myself, Percy, and John Cena Sr., we started this endeavor back in, it was the year before he passed away, as a matter of fact. So he was only with us for one of them. But, you know, we're so many of the brotherhood, when we lose them, they get forgotten about so quick.
It's scary now, Dan, what's going on. Boy, you wonder who's going to be next. You know, I talked to the other day, Terry Funk, one of the greatest guys, and he's still got that sparkle in his voice, you know what I mean? He's in a home, and he's got this very bad dementia, is it?
Does he?
Yeah, and
how's he
you
holding
know, when we did this International Hall of Fame up in Albany about 2 months ago, he was. They had a video of him. One of the boys went down, and Manny Fernandez went down and saw him in the home.
Oh, really?
And did a video with him. And boy, it was great to see him. But when I saw the shape he was in, tears come to my eyes. And there's a man who traveled the world. He was global before the satellite television.
He was, what was that again?
Global.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He was global
Oh,
before
my
satellite
God.
television. That Funk name, and he carried, you know, Dory had the looks of Senior, of Dory Funk
He sure did.
Senior.
They looked like twins, yeah.
But Terry had the work of the dad and the brain of the dad.
Yeah.
Because he was completely different. Dory was methodical, God bless him, but Terry was wild. And I was with him a lot of times in different places. And one comes to mind, one of those big shows at the end of the German tournament with him and his wife. We were stuck in a Volkswagen at 3 in the morning, driving down one-way streets the wrong way, and the policeman pulled us over, and it was all in German. You should have heard of Terry trying to talk German.
Now, how did that go, out of curiosity?
We got off it, believe it or not. We got off it, and they escorted us to the hotel because he knew the word for airport, whatever in German. But what a guy, though, Terry Funk.
Well, he was a mainstay at the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion for many, many, many years. He was one of the MCs with J.J. Dillon for a long time.
Yep.
And sad that he's no longer be able to join us. I remember one of the most fun dinners I ever had there was, have you ever been to one of the...
No, I haven't.
They have, in the casino, they have like an open air TGI Fridays. And I was eating with Ken Patera, and he was talking about old, you know, the old WWF territory in some cases. And Funk walked in ready to eat. He wanted to sit down. He wanted to talk with Patera, and I was there was nothing I could contribute to their conversation with the careers they had. I just loved sitting there, listening to them and the laughs they had. And then Terry's late wife Vicky came in, and it was a nice supper. It was a nice dinner.
And the stories that Terry Funk's got, and the way he tells them, you know, you can have any kind of story, but the person who's giving that story, and Terry was a great one with the interviews, and he'll always remember too from his matches with the ring blowing up in Japan, him going up into the air. God bless, and he come out of that, and he laughs about it now, but it must have been freaky at that time.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, those. I think it was the promotion was FMW with Oneida.
FMW,
my dear Lord, the abuse that those guys took with, you know, the.
A friend of mine
you
was
can make anything look a certain way with pyrotechnics and whatnot, but the barbed wire and all those violent elements, my God.
A friend of mine was involved with that promotion. He's dead now too, and he opened up in Puerto Rico. He was with Carlos Colon in WWC when he was a young kid, and then he went to Japan for 10 years after Brody's death, and Victor Quinones.
Oh, okay, yeah.
IWA.
He opened up IWA.
Yeah, IWA, and I worked for him until he died in Puerto Rico. He died the morning after the anniversary. But him and Terry were like this. You know, he opened up the IWA in Japan first, and then brought it back. But he was with that FMW in Japan.
Now, were you down in IWA around the same time as Dirty Dutch, or no?
Yeah, Dutch was there. Funny part is, that's how I got in there. Dutch was there at the start, and then he had a little push around with one of the talent, and they let him go. Yeah, and now that talent has got his own school too in South Florida. Now, from South America. I forget his name.
From
Anyhow,
South America.
and Victor brought me in, but I knew Victor when he was in a teenager. Victor was very street smart for the business, and a close friend of Brody's. You know, he was the one that as soon as Brody's death and that's when he got out of WCW. That was another sad thing from a guy who had a reputation, a great reputation in the business.
Well, I tell you, again, you know, this business, you know, while WWE has done a great job trying to clean up certain aspects of how they do things in recent years, it hasn't been as bad. But, you know, even someone like Paul Orndorff, he wasn't a tremendously old man, as my phone continues to go nuts from the live venue down the street as we get ready for the kickoff to the Paul Bearer Toy Drive tonight with the Fan Fest and the live event. And
I was wondering what that ringing was. Well, everybody's getting ready, and I'm getting ready too. I'm starting to feel it now. The toy drive, and I'm getting excited about it, mate.
iPhones, and I can't figure out how to use the car button for privacy, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Yeah.
By the time I reach 60, and then they'll have, you know, iPhone 73 out. But nonetheless, just a tremendous cause. Paul Bearer is missed every day by me, certainly. I asked him for wisdom and guidance for this big weekend we have with all these great legends and superstars from the 90s coming in. But, I mean, if you look at the original incarnation of this event, you know, Road Warrior Animal was going to be with us. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff was going to be with us. And you know what? We'll never have that opportunity again, which is why I think reunion type events like this are so important for the fans to try and get out and support, because you hate to say it, but you really, especially in this industry that takes so many that seem so vibrant when they're at certain ages, it takes them at young ages sometimes. You know?
And I've been traveling to working these events around the country with a lot of the legends from the 80s. That's getting less all the time, mate.
Yeah.
But they're drawing big. The fans still want to come and see these, you know, us old characters.
Well, and the funny thing is, the television ratings and the popularity of today's product continues to go down, and the love of that nostalgia from the quote-unquote good old days continues to increase.
They call it I think they call that the 80s, mid-80s to mid-90s, the classic era.
Yeah.
With the legends and Hall of Famers. And it's sad to say, as I said a minute ago, there's getting few of us all the time. As Terry and me sit back, that's Hulk sit back, and we discuss it, and we said, boy, touch wood, we're still here, brother.
There you go, knock on wood, and hopefully it stays that way for a long time. Wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with the Hall of Famer Bushwhacker Luke after this brief timeout.
Wow!
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue Brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we continue the countdown to the big day, December the 25th. It is now, it's our 10th Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. The man kicked it off with myself and John Cena Sr. back in 2012. We continue to wish he was here with us. But Luke, what was a coronavirus like for a bushwhacker? I know you were busy on the Cameo and on social media.
Yeah.
And...
Hey, I was going to say, mate, for the first 9 months or 7 months, I never went off my property.
Really?
Never went off the property. No, and that... Believe it or not, I had to find things to do, and I did a little mason work around the place, around palm trees, being Florida, and all that sort of stuff. I became a handyman for the first time.
Did you?
Not that we needed to, I needed to, but to keep the mind right. And I never went to the gym, but I had the bands at home and worked on them 5 days a week. And you know, the time, saw a lot of television, mate.
What's that now?
I saw a lot of television, mate.
A lot of television.
Mate, and I never did my first virtual, I'd say, till about 9 months into it.
Did you?
Yeah, that was it. The first virtual I did was about 9 months and that, and then I got into the swing of those for a while. And then I got back into the gym at the end of the year. I was out of the gym, I'd say, for 10 months.
Now, do you still have the gym that you had over the
No, the one I had above Hulk shop, no. A northern person from Manhattan came in, bought the plaza, and that his parents had a property in Manhattan, and they had died. He came down with his sister, and they bought the plaza and put my rent up that much.
All the rent,
5,000, not 500. 5,000. They wanted to put all bars. He wanted to do a plaza like they have in Boston and that, just bars and restaurants. Yeah. He wanted to get everything out of there and that. But a gym was an ideal place. People come there, then they can go to the bars and restaurants afterwards. Yeah. But he never saw it that way. He just wanted to get clean everyone else out and.
Is Hogan's shop still there?
Yeah, his shop, but
really?
You know, I had 6,000 square feet. Terry would be, that little shop that he's got wouldn't even be 800.
Oh, it's small.
Square feet,
okay.
Yeah. Really small little shop there, but it does great. It does great, and that, and of course now they're in because of the virus, they started mail ordering. The mail order just quadrupled.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, that became kind of a hot thing during Corona times. I know we go by, when I take the kids down to Orlando to go to Universal and Disney World, and we drive by the
Other
Hulk
store.
Speed Shop on Universal
Drive. International Drive.
No, International Drive. There you go. And I don't know if it does the business that Tampa does.
No, that's 3 or 4 times the size.
Oh, is it really? Wow.
Yeah, 3 times the size. That one in the Tampa, no, that's really cooking, you know. Well, they haven't got much. Clearwater Beach is not like Orlando. Orlando, you've got theme parks. You've got so many different stores, and that, you know, from everything. Where in Clearwater Beach is very limited.
Yeah.
You know. He's right on the drive. He's on the main stretch there. Well, and that with all the hotels around, it's just that main drag on Clearwater Beach is just hotels and surf shops, you know, gimmick shops. You know what I mean?
Sure.
No name. He's got his little shop in the plaza, and then on the corner, maybe 50 yards away, 60 yards, he's got Hogan's Hangout, a restaurant.
Oh, he's got a restaurant
Yeah,
too? Oh, wow.
but in the restaurant, there's no Hogan theme in it.
Oh.
You know, he's partners with people and that, and there's nothing inside there of wrestling memorabilia. Nothing like the other one they had it by the Tampa airport, Hogan's Beach. That big place, the hotel in that place they had, that Hogan's Beach, that was memorabilia. You walk in, memorabilia everywhere, and it had a little store selling memorabilia in it.
And that's no longer
that place. Oh no, the guy, a friend of ours bought that hotel and put a whole, you know, name on it and that, and he bought it off. That hotel was Steinbrenner's.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Wow.
the Steinbrenners. That's when Dad was alive. That's when Dad was alive, and they bought that hotel, I think, for 16 million or 13 million, and sold it for 31 million 6 years later.
Wow, that's a hefty profit.
They blew that thing up. He did the whole place up, and of course that name made the value, you know.
Sure.
And that became that was crazy. They'd have 3,000 to 5,000 people there when they had international DJs. It was a crazy place.
Sure. Do you think you're done with the gym business, or could you see yourself getting back into it?
No, not back into it, nah. I enjoyed it, mate, but unless you have a big gym like 12,000 to 20,000 square feet, how do you beat these new these franchises that sell at $10 a month?
Well, the Planet Fitnesses of the world.
And you know,
that makes sense.
LA Fitness, Planet Fitness. You know, I've got about 6 different gyms around me, all franchises, and they're advertising on television all the time. You know, $1 down to join and $10 a month and all that sort of stuff. Those franchises are clear, but they've got to have a mass market. You know, 4,000 to 6,000 members.
I don't know if you remember Pat Catino from up here, but he used to run
Yes,
the
I
World's
know
Gym.
Pat.
He's a really good friend of Hulk's.
I
and
know
he ran
Pat.
into the same problem. He had to.
He was bought out.
And then he started his own under the name of the city. I think it was Somerville.
Somerville
Fitness, and then Tewksbury Fitness, because we helped him promote Hulk coming in for 2 different signings that he did with him back in, I think it was 2014. So
he was still in the business then, was he?
What's that now?
He was still in the business in 2014.
He had to move, and he was no longer World's Gym. He was, I think it was called Somerville Sports Fitness, and then he owned one in northern Massachusetts called Tewksbury Sports Fitness.
Yeah.
But to try and pump it up, Hogan came in. He did 2 appearances in one day, and my God, was that a long day. But you know what? What a friend to come in and do that for out of friendship, as opposed to trying to pad the wallet. So
he helped me a lot too. You know, it was the tourism that kept me alive there. They had in 13 years before I bought it, they had 9 owners.
Really?
Oh, 9 owners,
wow.
Yeah. And because a lot of people, there were a lot of northern people came down and looking for a business to buy where they thought they could make profit, but they lived back up north. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've got to be on the premises. A gym business, you've got to pound. And of course, I made a mistake. The first year, I never had my sign. I never had my name above the business. I changed the name from Muscle Beach to Clearwater Beach Fitness, because everybody coming down to Clearwater puts that on their,
You search it on
and
the
that,
phone or on the
and
computer, right.
and the gym came up straight away on it, and then I put my name above it, which helped, which
I'm
helped
sure.
tremendously, especially with the northern market, northeast market.
And didn't you guys own a restaurant at one point too? That was a ways back.
That was on Del Mabry, right across the road from the Buccaneer Stadium.
Wow, that was a good spot.
Yes,
And
yeah.
what was that? What would you serve for cuisine at a Bushwhacker restaurant?
The restaurant, we tried to follow the Outback.
Oh,
you know what I mean? It was Bushwhacker Down Under Steakhouse.
Oh, is that what it was
Bushwhacker
called?
Down
Okay.
Under Steakhouse, and that, but another mistake, going away from the business and not being there. I went away and I was doing after WWE, I was doing a Far East tour, and I was away for about two months, 10 weeks, and we got cleaned out.
Really?
The two managers, anyhow, it's a long story, not to get into it now, but telling everybody out there, the restaurant business, you got to be right there yourself, or have family working it for you.
Well, lesson learned, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
lesson
I'm sure
learned.
you were more hands-on with the gym at that point.
Hands-on with the gym.
Well, it's amazing that, after all these years, you still love to be out and about. You still love to remain active in the king of sports, professional wrestling. What gets those juices flowing? Is it just something that's in your blood, or?
Someone texted me something from Wikipedia about 3 months ago, and it was a surprise for me. It had the longest, the oldest wrestler still in the ring, and the great Kojika in Japan, 79.
Wow.
Still working, and I was number 2.
Really?
Yep. I'm 75 in January.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, happy early birthday.
Yeah.
Peter.
Where did the time go, mate? And I'm still, I work at least once a month in the ring against different people.
Well, I'm sure your cardio is still tremendous as a result of it.
Well, if I didn't go to the gym at least 4 days a week, I'd be as stiff as a board, mate.
I know Bob Orton's only a couple of years younger than you, and he said the day he has to give it up, he's gonna cry. He doesn't.
Yeah,
want
I
to.
see
He
him.
still
I
wants
see
to keep
Bob on the
going and
road.
going. He's a great guy too. We've had him
Great
many
guy
times.
too. Straight up.
Yep, yeah, that's what I like.
That's
about
one
him.
thing about Bobby. Straight up.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, and we'll be back after this brief time out to wrap up the show. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bear Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Again, you can hear those Christmas bells ringing. It's an exciting time of the year. We thought we were going to have Luke with us last year, but, you know, it was just a crazy period of time. But the good news is...
I'm right here now, mate.
When we make our return to the Sunshine State in a few weeks, we're going to do it all over again. So this is almost like a movie trailer, so to speak, as far as what the fans are going to get to enjoy when we tape a few episodes. When we're down in Tampa, we're going to do one of those live cyber autograph signings, so the fans can get an autograph if they weren't able to join us here in Boston for the big day. So it's great to hook up with you. The day we're taping this, maybe someone that I'd like to mention, it was 22 years ago today that the late Boston bad boy Tony Rumble passed away.
Sad, very sad, Tony. Yeah, I remember when he first came in to work, it was ICW. Is that, am I correct with the name of the? There's so many different names of different companies.
Promotions,
and ICW came in as to do a job for somebody. Well, you know, to be an extra and that, but I heard him talk, and I told him then, you'd be a great manager. He had the outfit, he had the look, and he was dressed. Now, when I saw his work, God bless him, wasn't the greatest. But he became a great manager here for the Savoldi ICW, and of course too he had his own little promotion for a while. Were you with him then?
That's how I broke into it. Yeah, 13 years old back in 1993, the Century Wrestling Alliance, and then not too long before he passed away, he became an NWA affiliate with NWA New England.
Yeah.
And then just as we were getting ready to start what we do now, I had a chance encounter with Ed Cohen from WWF, and then in 2000 and 2001, a very young version of me was working with him. So, I mean, I got schooled by some really great people with great wrestling minds in different ways.
Now, what was the cause of his death?
I'm not 100% sure. I know he was afraid to have children because both his parents died young from some kind of a heart ailment. And Tony passed at, I think he was 44 when he passed away. So,
sad.
Right around, I'm going to guess the same thing.
Now, there's another kid running around with the Rumble name, too. And he said that he talked to his wife, and they passed it. But this guy is around, he doesn't stand up to Tony at all. You know who I'm talking about, I guess.
I do.
I forget his first name.
Jason.
Jason Rumble. Yep.
Good cruiserweight style wrestler.
No, he can move around in the ring.
He's not Tony. But there'll never be another Tony, is the way I look at it. He's missed, but you want to talk about people that folks have missed outside of one visit, I believe, to the United States. A man that, when you and I first connected outside of Tony Rumble shows, we ran the fundraiser for him after you found him with a very near deadly staph infection. Bushwhacker Butch. How is Butch doing nowadays?
Now, good. Well, at the moment, he's not so good. He tore something in his wrist, and on his right hand too. So you know how bad that is for a lot of things.
Well,
you know, on the
you can
right
read
hand.
between the lines on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but even using the bathroom, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, and that it's taking a long time to heal. Well, it was getting better, and now I hear it's worse, and that, but I know why. Because the gyms in New Zealand with this coronavirus, and Australia, you read about that, right?
Yeah.
They have shutdowns soon as someone comes in with a virus. New Zealand's only had 8 deaths with the coronavirus. And soon as someone comes in with the disease, she closes down everything. Now the Prime Minister is a woman, and she closes down everything and just keeps the gas stations and the food stores open. And the gyms were all closed. And I know Butch when I talked to him, he was mad because he couldn't get to a gym. And the gyms are opened again. This is after his wrist was healing up. And he won't say it to me, but that's why his wrist is not healing, because he's back in the gym all the time.
I have a good friend down in New Zealand that's in education. I believe he's still working a reduced schedule somewhat. And he's wanted me to come down for quite a while to visit, but I don't think I could either get in or get out of the country at this point.
At the moment,
when you talk about laying the law down about how people are able to live lives with the virus, New Zealand, there's the reason why there's only been 8 deaths. I mean, they have really put that country down. They laid the law down with a hammer about it.
And in Australia, you know, there's provinces, and New Zealand's provinces, not states. But in Australia, you can't drive into another province, and that it's illegal. There's heavy fines, and now that when they have these shutdowns and that, you're only allowed to go within 10 miles from your home. If you get pulled over and you show your license of the address and that, you get fined if you're 10 miles.
Wow.
Now, going into New Zealand, I'm jumping from Australia to New Zealand, where I'm from. To go into New Zealand for you now is 5,500, and you have you have to do 14 days in quarantine. They have 6,500 rooms, which are booked fully all the time. At the moment, there's 120 days wait to get into it, because everyone around the world is going home because it's safe there. You know what I mean?
Oh, if there's only been 8 deaths, my God.
Kiwis, New Zealanders, it's 3,500 to go home. You have to go. You still have to go into quarantine. You can't go to your home.
Can't even go to your home?
No, you can't.
Wow.
You have to go into the hotel, the government quarantine for 14 days.
Wow.
Whether you're a Kiwi, which is a New Zealander, or a foreigner, which
he must be going stir crazy.
he can't get out. You know, we were booked for a tour with a gentleman called Scott Wilder from up your way here, and that last year, and we had to cancel it. Last year was cancelled, this year was cancelled, and now we're looking to do it March, April next year. But
he'd have to book it far in advance.
You have to book it in December. If we go in March, April, he has to book it, and we have 5 weeks of work. You know,
well, we'd love to have the both of you together up here. Think of the fun we'd have. Reminiscing, especially where he's not in the United States. I mean, other than that WrestleMania Hall of Fame induction in 2015, has he been back to the States?
Yeah. No, he hasn't.
Wow.
You know, we have never done a signing together in the States. We did signings at independent shows in the 90s, you know, just a little independent shows.
But we've never done a couple of Tony Rumble events. I remember that. Yeah.
But we've never done a signing at any convention, wrestling convention, comic convention, or any private signings. Never.
I think you guys will clean house together.
Well, the gentleman had already had 25 booked.
25 appearances booked?
And they weren't cheap.
Wow. Well, you know what? Maybe the funny thing is, if I ever do get to go visit my friend down in New Zealand, maybe I could go meet up with Butch once life comes back to normal.
Yes.
And, you know, maybe try and do a virtual type thing
from there, down under.
Bring you in one way on one side and bring him in from another side. We'll have a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I'd love to have you all together in person, though. I think it would be nice to reminisce.
Now, before I let you know, Dan, you know the time to fly down there from here?
When is
25 hours. That's with the airport. Now, that's what puts a lot of people off. The time you leave, go to the airport here, and then the layover in LA or Frisco, and then going down to Auckland, then to Wellington, it's around 25 hours.
Isn't there a direct flight from Houston to Auckland?
Yes, Auckland
it's like
now,
17 hours, I think.
Yes, but you've
gotta
got to
get
be
to
there
Houston,
3 hours
yeah.
beforehand in Houston, and flying from here to Houston, that's a couple of 2.5 hours. So you're getting in the 20s there. Even then, the time you go to the airport, time you leave home, it'll work out around about.
You better bring a lot of books, so hopefully they have a lot of movies on the plane
Yeah, they do.
to keep you occupied. But it's so many fans would love to have the chance to meet him and pay
Yes.
homage to him. We talk about, a lot of the veterans that we've lost. With Butch, we lost him to another country. What made him want to go back and live in New
In
Zealand?
New Zealand, well, now after that disease, staph infection he had, he got healed up after 3 months. He was. He spent 3 months in hospital, with the rehab center, and then he got back and that got his weight up to 200, but then he said, "I'm going." His daughters and his grandkids were in New Zealand. His second wife, they were separated. So, and he wasn't getting around like he used to get around. You know what I mean? He was getting around slowly, and of course, medical and everything in New Zealand is government. It's British. Like Canada and that. So he went back down there, and lo and behold, in 2009, he went delirious, and he woke up 5 days in hospital. 5 days later in hospital, and the staph infection had come back, and that's when they found out the root of the cause. 2009.
2009, really?
Yeah, he got it in 2001, right? And he went home in 2002. Start of 2000, middle of 2002. 2009, it came back. He fell out of bed. And now he's with his third wife now.
Oh, he's got a third wife now.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
well, good for
when he got back home, he started going to a gym there, and a little gym where he was living, and the guy said to him, "You're here more than I am. You run it for me." And one of the women, the going members there, was a woman he fell in love with, and his third wife.
Good for him. I remember when we did that fundraiser for him back in December of 2001, he used the money that we raised, and he bought a computer where he was doing almost like customer service work out of the house for a little while.
And he was with Lenny Poffo had got him into that.
Oh, well, you know what Lanny's known for. Lanny said he never had to quarantine. He was never alone during that time with his special skill. But that's a different story.
Now, you know where Lanny lives now?
Ecuador.
Yes,
he was
Ecuador.
another one that was originally going to be with us, and then he left the country.
Yeah, he left the country, and he moved to a place on the water there, and we're jumping from one to another. But Lanny's a character, and he bought a place on the water, but the community wasn't like he's moved right down into the city now, in Ecuador, and that was more American people and, international people.
I figured he would have liked the privacy for that special thing that he does. You know what I mean? So people wouldn't see him if he wanted to go outside. But again, that's a different story for a different time, folks. We get the cue. We got to go, unfortunately. The good news is when we head back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2, we're going to be hooking up with this gentleman once again to have some great historical episodes. We wanted to whet your appetite for everything we have going on between now and Sunday, December the 19th for the Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. We still miss our friend every day and wish he was here with us, but you know what? It's nice that we can carry on his name every year around the holidays. For my good friend Bushwhacker Luke, I'm Dan Marty. We'll see you next time on Wrestling Insiders.
Miss you, Percy.
Again, you and yours, be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston.
Wow!
Wrestling fans, welcome back. What did you think of Bushwhacker Luke? Would love to have him back in studio personally. Would you guys like to see him back? I enjoyed the episode a great deal. Hope you did too. Would love your feedback. Again, don't forget that tomorrow night, December the 19th, John Cena Sr. will find his inner Santa Claus during our live Christmas party where he'll draw the winner of the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Raffle. Again, for as little as $5, you could win thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, all while honoring Paul Bearer and helping us update Santa's GPS. Up next on Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, it's time for WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Oscar's Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. This week, Oscar shoots on losing his friend, WWE Hall of Famer Blackjack Lanza, Jeff Hardy's WWE release, Boston Wrestling MWF President Dr. David Reese headed to AEW, and tons more. Check it out. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marty here at MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of champion 02176. Hoping you and yours are having a happy, healthy Christmas season. Can I use the C word? Well, you know what? I like the C word. I'm sorry. I saw a lot of it this past week, even though I am mentally and physically exhausted after a long day of travel, following several busy, even fun days in the Sunshine State, as we prepare to go balls to the wall with so many endeavors going on between now and the end of the year, even further out to the big one on Saturday, April the 16th. I have to say, personally, and you know, I usually try to shy away from that, but since Black Friday, I have been eternally, yes, eternally grateful for a few things. Fans, if you are in the Northeast, you're not going to want to miss the action, the excitement, the memories, the legends. Saturday night, April the 16th, as Boston Wrestling Sports presents to you MWF Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, featuring live wrestling, an autograph photo fan fest, VIP Q&A session, and so much more. Already confirmed to join us will be WWE Hall of Famer and AEW superstar Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champion Zaxxon Smash Demolition, the Wild Berzerker, who was the protege of the late great Bruiser Brody in the 80s. We have more 1980s legends that are going to be added, along with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, gearing up to compete inside the Squared Circle and Light Memorial Hall on fire. It is going to be a happening. Best of all, for the holiday season, discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com to save you money while you get the best seats in the house. Let me tell you something, fans. If you love that era of professional wrestling, you are not going to want to miss that event on April the 16th. To update you on other happenings, we implore you to get your Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive raffle tickets, as we're going to be having a live Christmas party this Sunday night where John Cena Sr. will draw the raffle winner. Fans from anywhere, yes, anywhere in the world can purchase raffle tickets to win an entire jackpot of prizes, all while we honor Paul Bearer's memory and help update Santa's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. Charles Wilson will be with us. John C. Manicus Riley will be manning the control booth. We might even have some other guests for you to enjoy. If that wasn't enough, we're in the home stretch of the Marty Jannetty Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Indiegogo campaign. We need your help to get Marty back in the studio and bring you more great, engaging content as Marty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll looks at the 80s and 90s are something else. We gotta keep documenting them with the great prizes and rewards we have. Check it out. The link can be found in the comment section below and across our social media platforms. Again, as we try and keep the wrestling legends working. Tomorrow night, we'll be having the Berzerker with us live for a Wrestling Insiders episode and cyber autograph signing to help the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Let me tell you, I'm really looking forward to this one. The Berzerker could be a new favorite for you guys to fall in love with content-wise. Wednesday night on Wrestling Insider Special Edition, and it'll be the debut of Doink the Clown. Yes, we did have the late Matt Bourne with us before he passed, but we're talking about Ray Apollo, who was Doink from the fall of 1993 all the way through 1995, the man that battled Bam Bam Bigelow and Luna Vachon at WrestleMania 10. It should be a great episode of Wrestling Insiders following AEW Dynamite. Thursday, we're going to bring you yet another Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Marathon to try and get you over to that Indiegogo campaign and get involved so we can afford to bring Marty back for more original episodes each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m. Check out the Indiegogo link in the comment section below for some tremendous perks, rewards, and prizes for helping our efforts to help you. Find the link again in the comment section below or across our social media platforms. Friday night after SmackDown and AEW Rampage, John Cena Sr. tries to bring some calm to the insanity of professional wrestling on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Then we wrap up the week almost like a Christmas present with Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, featuring all of this week's original episodes. With so much going on for the holidays, let us help the cause in the Boston Wrestling Sports eBay store, open 24/7 a day, 24/7 a day. I really am tired. 24/7 a day. You can find the link in the description box below or simply click the store button on bostonwrestling.com. We have some awesome merchandise with superstars of every era. Then, folks, again, we invite you to have the streaming time of your life with the Boston Wrestling Patreon family over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. A studio shit interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on Howard Stern, Patreon exclusives, and more while we keep professional wrestling legends working. And with that said, wrestling fans, kick back, relax. It's that time of night. You've sat through 3 hours of WWE Monday Night Raw. Anyone that does that some weeks deserves a pat on the back and a little bonus time, and you're going to get that now here on Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission, as I'm joined by the host with the most, the man on the mission, the guiding light to the WWF Tag Team Championship in 1994. I'm talking about a man that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena across the country, across the globe. Oscar. Again, I continue to be impressed by such a great opening, but it's a name with only 5 letters.
Yeah, well, you want me to add more?
I don't know. Maybe we need to add more to it. Maybe that's the way to reincarnate you to Vince. You need a last name.
How you doing, man? How's your week?
Oh, please, don't even get me started. I feel like I got hit by a bus, but that's a different story for a different time. At least I didn't get hit by the bus. What's going on in your world down there? How are Mimi's breakfasts? Any new babies? Any Reese updates? What do we got cooking down in Hotlanta?
Yes.
There's babies?
Yes. No, there's no babies.
All right.
But there's so much going on.
What do we got, kid?
So much. First of all, I want to start by saying that I remember years ago, I was at a party with a manager that I had at the time named Joe Diamond. And what impressed me was everybody that I talked to said that they've known Joe 30 years, and I was young at that time. And I'm like, man, all these people have known this guy, 30, 20 years. The length of time they knew him kind of like blew me away, impressed me. And I told Joel, I said, I am so impressed that these people have known you 20, 30 years. And he said something that will stick with me for the rest of my life. He said, someday they're going to be saying that about you.
And look at that.
Yeah, and now that I'm 58 years old, there are so many people I've known that long and that can honestly say that they've known me that long in a positive way.
Well, I can't say I've known you that long, but there's a lot of great people out there that can.
I bring that up because I've known Jack Lanza for over 20 years, and I bring it up because his passing, it really affected me because I can remember just being with the man. He was the agent that was in WWE during my tenure, one of them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked with the man 2-3 times a week. And he was just one of the smooth is how I can describe Jack Lanza. Jack Lanza was smooth. He was easygoing. I do remember one time he got on my case because we were, I don't know where we were, but we was in a tunnel and a fan handed me a piece of paper and a pencil to get an autograph. And I did it. And he told me, don't let you ever do that again. nope, that's not how you guys are supposed to do that. And I felt real bad. I'm like, I feel bad, obviously, because 25 years later, I still remember it. But I mean, it was one of the first arenas that I ever came to. One of the very first, before I even started actually, coming out to be a superstar. I was coming to arenas and just getting the feel of it.
Why
I did that.
Why was Jack Lanza upset that you signed the autograph with the pencil?
To this day, I don't know. To this day, I don't know what the problem was with that.
Interesting.
But other than that, yeah, he was a really, really nice guy, and I'll forever remember personally knowing Jack Lanza in my life.
Well, it was very sad to learn that news about Jack Lanza. I came across that this week as I continue to try and navigate everything that goes on in the world of Boston wrestling with such a busy end of 2021. WWE Hall of Famer, he went in with Blackjack Mulligan, the grandfather of Bray Wyatt in Bo Dallas, the father of Barry Windham, Kendall Windham. Great tag team, legendary tag team. You must have had some memories as a WWF fan of Blackjack Lanza as a tag team competitor long before you ever became someone that worked with him.
Yeah, he was one of the very first, the Blackjacks were one of the very first tag teams that I watched when I started watching WWF when I was 9, 10 years old. I mean, him and Blackjack Mulligan as heels, they were the best.
You enjoyed the Blackjacks.
I enjoyed the Blackjacks. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, how do you think they ranked up there with the new Blackjacks, Bradshaw and Windham back in '97?
Well, Bradshaw and Windham were very talented. Barry Windham goes down in my mind as one of I don't know how many I'd rank, but Barry Windham was one of the most talented in-ring competitors that I ever saw. But I mean, look at his, look at his pedigree.
Right.
But I'm gonna tell you why I can't rank them. You can't rank them because they come from two schools of time.
Okay, fair enough.
They did things different back in the 70s and the 70s and when the Blackjacks were hot, and they did differently during the time, decades later when when the new Blackjacks came into play. So that's the reason why I can't really rank them, because you could really be able to rank them, compare them if they were in the same time period, going around the same time. Then you can look at the difference. But no, I can't see it like that.
Well, again, yeah, you're talking about a span of about 2 decades between each team's peak, and the new Blackjacks really didn't have much of a run compared to the Hall of Fame career that Blackjack Lanza and Blackjack Mulligan had together. But your first memory of Blackjack Lanza, can you remember it?
I just told you.
That was it. You were walking through a tunnel.
Yeah, that was my really first conversation with Blackjack Lanza, and it wasn't a pleasant conversation.
And as an agent, what was he like to work with? I mean, can you think of any instances where he helped make what you guys did better? Maybe take something you were already doing good and enhance it a little bit?
Yeah, he had a lot of innovative ideas and a lot of ways that he wanted matches to go. And he was one of the guys that would design finishers. And he would really talk to us and give us ideas and pointers and tell us how he wanted to see the match go. That's what those agents did at that time. See, the agents at that time were former talent.
Right.
I mean, you had I'm sorry. Sometimes I draw a blank. You had Blackjack Mulligan, and then you had Rene Goulet, and then you had the guy with the green tongue.
George the Animal Steel.
George the Animal Steel. Right.
Tony Gurria.
Yeah, Tony Gurria. Oh, you know, for some reason, Gurria didn't like me.
Really?
He was always getting on my back about something. And his favorite comment to me was, Oscar, you're paid to rap, okay? So get out there and rap. Because a lot of times in a lot of those little towns, like those boys and girls clubs and those schools or whatever, they had crappy microphones. They had microphones that I couldn't even work with.
Mm-hmm.
He told me one time, and I quote, "You get out there and rap. I don't care if there's no there's no microphone." I said,
well,
okay.
But you rapped anyway.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Rap to who with what?
Well, I mean, did you ever have to go out there without a microphone?
Not that I can remember.
Oh, all
I had
right.
to go out there. I mean, I might as well have, because the microphones that I did have in the instances I'm talking about didn't work.
What about Chief J. Strongbow? He was an agent around that time, too.
Chief J. Strongbow was probably one of my favorites, because my memory of Chief J. Strongbow was Strongbow had me laughing all the time.
Yeah. Well, who was the best agent that you worked with?
The best agent. Who's the best?
Who was your agent? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the best was probably Pat Patterson, because Patterson was the most knowledgeable. He was a vice president, and he was very, very nice to us.
Do you remember who your agent was for your big WrestleMania 10 tag team title match?
I don't know. I don't remember who it was. It was probably Patterson. And I'm gonna take that back, because the best agent that I worked with was the vice president, J.J. Dillon. He was the best, and I worked with him more closely than anybody.
JJ?
JJ. Yeah.
He would get into the thick of things with the actual wrestling aspect of it. I thought he was
really,
kind of the precursor to talent relations.
Not really, but he was the go-to guy for everything else.
Oh, okay.
I do mean everything.
He was helpful to you.
Yeah.
You like JJ.
Yeah, but he was the talent relations guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the guy that you would go to for anything, short of going to Vince.
Okay. Well, again, interesting insight in the behind-the-scenes working before the Attitude Era. But what kind of a mark do you think Blackjack Lanza leaves on this sport? He's probably not very well known to today's generation. If you were to briefly describe the man to those that have no idea who or what Blackjack Lanza was, what would you say?
From his career in the 70s with Blackjack Mulligan, he deserved to be in the Hall of Fame. If you don't know why, you need to look them up, and then you'll understand. And then as an agent, he was top-notch knowledgeable. He was very instrumental at making matches, and he just can't be forgotten. He was one of the best individuals in the sport of the WWE from the time he was there wrestling to the 90s. So, I mean, for over 20, I don't know, I can't say 30 years or more, Blackjack Lanza worked the business, and he worked it hard.
Did you trust him?
Yes, I did.
You trusted him. All right. Well, we're going to miss Blackjack Lanza. We love to do our tributes. I'm sure John Cena Sr. will have some insight. Back when he used to promote some spot shows for the WWF, I don't know if Lanza was on any of those, but, Johnny always has an interesting take. He was a fan at that point, if nothing else. Also, any other final Blackjack Lanza thoughts before we move on?
No, that's it. He'll be missed.
Well, a man that may be missed more by fans of this generation, Jeff Hardy, gone. Stick a fork in him, released by WWE. What do you think of that one?
I'm hearing a lot of rumors, and the one that sticks out is that he wanted to go.
Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised, considering where his brother is, and at his age, maybe a lighter schedule. WWE really hasn't done anything of any relevance with him for a long, 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 long time. Maybe it was a plan. You hate to say it, but it's a man that's had a lot of problems for many, many decades at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of problems, and I mean, I guess this later venture with him walking amongst the crowd, I guess they say that was the last straw. But no, I mean, I think there's a lot more.
Do you think he's trying to work him?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Hey, I think both Hardys have led a reasonably, not an over-the-top lifestyle. They still live on the same compound down in Cameron, North Carolina. Jeff has had some monster money years throughout his career. You know what? I don't know if they're going the Kurt Angle route back in 2006 when he threatened to take his life to get out of his contract, but, showing signs of some kind of inebriation, whether it be alcohol, drugs, whatever, to just wander through the crowd during the match to be sent home. I think that's the way to get their attention, that he, at the very least, doesn't want to be in the company anymore, if not in need of more rehab services, which I don't think should be eliminated from some of the points of contention, considering how many times WWE has had to send him.
Yeah.
Very sad. Like I said, I like Jeff an awful lot. He's a good person. He's helped with some of our charity endeavors over the years. But you know what? When it comes to the drinking and driving, look at what it's done to me. I have no patience for that. With what he's done to his body to try and make fans happy inside the squared circle, you know what? I can understand his probably great need for medicinal help at certain points. And where WWE is so strict when it comes to drugs in this day and age, with this constant testing that goes on within the company. At the same time, I really don't think there's any rules and regulations as far as alcohol consumption.
No, and there probably should be, but again, how can you?
Right. They are adults. It's not illegal. I mean, there's a lot of states you can go to, right? Walk into a convenience store and get it.
Well, he's another one that needs to see Dr. Reese.
You think Reese could help Jeff Hardy?
I think he could.
Well, just really disappointing. This is a guy that should be, like we've mentioned about the Wyatts and the Strowmans, someone that should be at the top of the card in WWE. Granted, again, he's a little older. I think he's got a couple of years even on me. But, with the face paint, he certainly doesn't look his age. He doesn't wrestle his age. So maybe at the end of the day, if he can show AEW that he's on the straight and narrow, what a great pickup that would be for AEW. Imagine adding a healthy Jeff Hardy to the mix.
I believe that eventually, and it'll take some time, but eventually that's where he'll end up.
Yeah.
I don't blame AEW for picking him up, because even in his state right now, he's still one of the best in-ring talents that I look at. I enjoy his matches. He reminds me of a younger Shawn Michaels.
Even at his age now, really.
Yeah, and that he's willing to take chances to entertain the crowd. And, he has great high-flying skills. And on a personal level, I did not work with Jeff Hardy, but when I first met Jeff Hardy, Jeff knew who I was and welcomed me like we've been friends for 20 years. I'll never forget that. And it touched me greatly.
Yeah, I agree with you. Good egg. Good person. It's unfortunate that he's had the problems he's had with drugs and alcohol at different times. You can only hope that, we don't know the full story. We're hearing secondhand, third-hand rumors and so on. But, you hope for the best for the person. Hopefully there's no more drinking and driving involved, whatever the situation may have been that led to him roaming around the crowd. If he's trying to work his way out of the contract, so to speak, you know what? Probably a smart move. If you're AEW, would you want to take on someone, though, that has these dark clouds hanging over him? Even if, let's say, that six-man tag team match on the house show was a stunt, there's a checkered past there with Jeff Hardy. Would you want to take that on if you were Tony Khan?
Why not? I'm going to tell you why not. I would not take it on if I were Tony Khan at AEW right now, because they have more than enough talent that they are sending to get psychiatric help right now, and that psychiatric help is not free. So I wouldn't take nobody else. I wouldn't take nobody else in the company knowing that they need that kind of help. But we're going to have to take a 5-minute break right now. I've had an accident.
Oh.
I need 5 minutes to clear it up.
All right, wrestling fans. Well, for you, it'll probably be a little shorter than that. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back on the flip side with more of Oscar's Monday Night Mission. Stand by. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a 6-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston Sunday, January 9th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021
11 by 14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. All right, wrestling fans, as the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive continues, as the Mighty Jannetty Indiegogo Drive continues, as all roads lead back to Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, Saturday night, April the 16th, as Boston Wrestling Sports presents to you MWF Soul Survivor 10. Back to the 80s, we are back with more Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission, Dan Marati, along with the man himself, the host with the most, following Monday Night Raw each and every Monday night at 11. I could only be talking about my amigo, my partner in crime, Oscar. Oscar, it is good to have you back.
Okay, so finally,
Now, what do we got?
we can make the announcement.
Really? I don't even know what it is.
Yep.
All right, let's hear it. What do we got? Mimi made bacon for breakfast?
I know. Our good friend and my good partner after 7 years, Dr. David Reese, is all elite, ladies and gentlemen.
David Reese is official AEW now.
He is officially AEW. They have told him that he could announce it on his social media. He is their psychiatrist on board. If any of the talent feels like they need therapy or a psychiatric intervention, he is available 24/7, and they can go to him with his problems. Now, he has no control or power over policy. He can't make matches. He cannot intervene in the rise of a talent in the company. That is not his job.
He's not the booker.
No, but if you are having bad dreams or psychiatric problems, or you miss home, or anything like that that is affecting your day-to-day life from a mental standpoint, he's the guy.
Well, you know what? Honestly, if any talent says to him, I'm missing home, with their schedule of 1 day a week, I would release them, but that's just my opinion. That's not me being cruel. I mean, you know what? If they can't handle 1 day a week on the road, they don't belong in this industry. You know, but as we know, in all seriousness,
the point of the matter, the Grinch that stole Christmas, any problem that they got that's mentally and affecting their performance in the ring, their work, or even their life, he's there to handle.
I know that was a little. Did I sound like the Grinch?
No, but
all right.
you were dead right. I mean, yeah, one day a week. But no, I mean, I think they've gone beyond that. They started running dark shows, and they're running them in different cities. So
well, sometimes they have Rampage as a live event. Sometimes they tape it Wednesday night. They do, I think it's once a month, they rent out Universal Studios in Orlando for their internet show. But I mean, it's a not everybody works those, the top guys. It's a very, very, very light, easy schedule for pretty good money. I think people should be elated to have a contract with them full time if they do, and be able to have that as their work schedule. I mean, no house shows, 4 pay-per-views a year. I mean, it's very light.
Yeah, but you know, with their success and the way they going, escalation is inevitable.
I agree with that too. I do. But I mean, I think until you get to the point where, you know, they're having 2 TV tapings a week instead of just 1. I mean, I'm not putting them down. I think what they're doing is great. But, you know, those TV tapings they have on Wednesday nights, if they're taping
AEW Dark Elevation online, live AEW Dynamite, and then Rampage. That's a long, long, long night of wrestling. Plus the tapings at Universal. I mean, that's those Wednesday nights can be a lot for the fans to sit through, I think.
No. I agree with that. I agree with that totally. But anyway, yeah, the point is, yeah, it's official. Dr. Reese is part of the team, and I couldn't be no more proud. And I'm going to be there to assist him in any way I can, because now we can get into it. Dr. Reese knows psychiatry back and forth. He don't need nobody's help with that. The man has been in that industry for many, 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 many years. He has been a consultant on CNN and MSNBC, but you have put Alice in Wonderland. And when I say that, you have put him in the middle of an industry that he knows nothing about.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but I don't think he's as well versed as someone like you that lived the life.
Well, that's the point. He does not. And so he has taken me on as his assistant, not to help with the psychiatry part, but to help navigate him through the wrestling, the wrestling world.
Well, he's got to, again, you too, president, vice president here in Boston Wrestling MWF, now taking talents to bigger and brighter places, so to speak.
Well, that is the goal. We certainly are going to try, because it's not just about money or being a part of AEW or status. It is something that him and I truly believe in from the heart, so that makes it a better situation for whoever it is that comes to us.
Now, will Reese be going on the road, or is he going to be doing this from home?
I believe a little bit of both. I mean, I know he's doing it now from home, but there has been talk of him showing up at pay-per-views and such.
Reese is going to be doing the meet and greets.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, and I don't want to tease it. No, I'm very, very proud and happy for Dr. Reese. I'm very, very happy and proud for you guys having this opportunity as well. I think it's a great thing for the talents of AEW, especially where we both know Reese so well and know how well versed he is in his expert vocation, so to speak. And to have you help him on the wrestling end of things, I think is great. With the WWE side of things, I think it's nice that they're offering to help, guide talents to get mental assistance if they need it. But I think AEW is going the better route as far as having someone in-house. That's my opinion.
Right, yeah. It saddens me that it took this long and other promotions didn't innovate this program a long time ago, because it was needed as much as the drug intervention situation, where they gladly picked up and financed to the hill, but the mental side of it really, really, really needed to be addressed. But, I mean, things happen in the timing it's supposed to happen. I mean,
I think it's sad that Daphne had to kill herself for people to really get attention on it.
Right, and it was Daphne. You had so many others that went that same route. And it was still ignored. And so now somebody decided to say enough is enough. And now we have programs that address these issues. But hey, I mean, like I said, timing is everything. At least now we have it. Hindsight is 2020. I can't be mad at yesterday, but now they have exactly what it was we was trying to instill years ago, and it's finally happening.
Yeah,
and I can't be more elated than that.
Well, you know what? I'm not trying to knock WWE and what they're doing, but I think with Tony Khan and AEW's platform for the talent is better. You know, someone that they can talk to, that they can trust, someone, again, that even if he's not a tenured veteran in the world of wrestling, he understands the industry. You know, he's worked with us for so many years now. Plus, having you,
exactly.
you know, that was around in the '90s, which is a rarity in some cases. You know, I think overall it's great execution on AEW's part. You know, who knows? Maybe as time goes on, WWE will choose to have someone in-house to try and help with all of their talents. But, you know, like you said, it's definitely needed. I think it's needed across the board in all the major league sports, you know?
Yeah, and in addition to navigating through the wrestling world, he will admit that he's not as business savvy as he would like to be. So he has me working on that part as well. And he has one of your favorite people, his sister.
Gwen Reese?
Oh, yeah, Gwen Reese.
Now, what is Gwen Reese? How is she involved?
Gwen Reese is helping him with the business end of it.
Doing what?
Reviewing contracts and giving him advice. Because, I mean, you know, there's a lot of business components that go into somebody like him being in a position like that. It's not just a matter of, all right, talk to our talents, we're going to pay you money. No, there's a lot of working parts that went into this deal.
So Gwen Reese is a part of AEW as well.
Gwen Reese is all elite.
The next thing you're going to tell me, Mimi's going to be the Lillian Garcia of AEW and sing the national anthem every week.
She blew the roof off the deal just day before yesterday. We were talking, and she asked me about a part of the contract that was not considered. It was a major component of it, and it was really, really a game changer just that fast.
And what was it?
I can't get into specifics.
Oh, all right. Okay.
That I can't do.
That's fine. I understand that.
It really was a game changer.
Mimi was thinking.
And then she took it to me. I took it to Reese. And we were like, oh, wow. And so now Reese has got to take that part to AEW.
Well, Reese is going to be a busy guy. Who knows how that's going to impact what he does here. I know, you know, a lot of the talents are able to work non-AEW events. We'd like to keep our executive team intact here in Boston Wrestling. We don't want to lose the president and the vice president, but...
Well, here's the thing. The vice president right now, I still can fit Boston Wrestling on my plate. I don't have no problem.
Could we be looking for a new president?
You know, that's something you'd have to talk to the president about.
We're going to have to meet with Reese
on that. What I can say is I would look at the fact that he could not be at the last event. I would look at that as a sign that changes might have to be made.
Well, I think the fact that he hasn't really left the house in 2 years might have been part of the problem too.
Nah, he left the house.
He's not going too far though. There's not a lot of movement going on out in San Diego.
No, but it's not because of COVID. It's because he has decided to make some changes in the way he works in his practice, period. He's shutting a lot of things down. He's concentrating on the AEW situation, and he's starting to do things differently. He had decided that even before the AEW situation came up. So he's not flying around and doing 6 weeks in Melrose and 6 weeks in New York and you know, this, that, and the other. He's shutting that down, and he's changing the landscape of his business. But he had decided that before.
He wasn't a man on a mission. He was a man on the move. I mean, between his practices in New York City, Boston, Providence, California. I mean, he was always on the go. And, you know, to be fair, he's not a 35-year-old man anymore.
We were just talking about you.
Who? Who were you with? Reese?
Yeah, Mimi just walked into the room.
Well, is she making you a nice breakfast?
Talking about you. We were just talking about how you had just innocently had a suggestion about Reese's contract, and it was a game changer of the whole. It was a game changer of the whole thing. Huh? Yeah, it was a game changer of the whole thing. It is good.
Well, it's good that you're carrying on two conversations at the same time in the middle of your podcast, Oscar. Come on, let's get focused, kid. What else is going on in the world of wrestling? I've been out of it.
So let's talk about
what do we got?
What happened the other day.
All right, the other day.
I get a call from a group called Wrestle Travel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Wrestle Travel runs buses to pay-per-views with fans and, from certain spots in the country. So the guy calls me up and said a guy called him and said that they wanted me to do an event in London. Now, okay, but by the end of the day, that deal fell apart. I don't know if it was logistics or if it was money or whatever. So they had another idea come up, and this one we're going to do for you fans in Dallas, and I'll have more details in the coming weeks. I'm going to be hosting a show in Dallas, WrestleMania party.
Wow.
In Dallas. I don't know if it's the 7th or the 8th. Now I think it's the 8th. The night before WrestleMania, April the 8th. Like I said, I'll have more details. I'll have the location and the tickets and all other kind of stuff like that. And then where online you can find it. Like I said, they have to get all that together. But yeah, we reached that deal, and I'm real excited about that because, I don't know. You might know more than me. I don't know what all they're doing. Is there going to be a WrestleFest, a WrestleCon, an autograph signing?
There is going to be WrestleCon again this year, and that's something I should probably dive more into the deep end of the pool on.
Okay.
We've had booths, we've had paid for several years now, but that's a different story for a different time. And I'd like to try and see if we could do some form of Wrestle House again, if we could get some useful help. But again, that's a different story for a different time. We saw what happened with our Tampa endeavor, which destroyed the Paul Bearer holiday headlocks for the most part this year, unfortunately. But yeah. But no, I think that's great. I mean, to see you so heavily involved again this year in the showcase of the Immortals as Vince tries to pack what they'll try and announce is over 100K and back-to-back nights in Arlington, Texas.
Yeah, well, if they can do that, that'll be phenomenal. But
I don't know. They need some kind of catch, some kind of attraction, some kind of gimmick.
Now, are you coming to WrestleCon? Is that the idea?
So, the thing is, let's just say we do. What do we do with the Wrestle House? You know what I mean? It's going to be a hectic week if we wind up doing it.
Well, you would need the Wrestle House to house your WrestleCon talents, which I would hope to be one of them.
No, the Wrestle House is all we did last year for that was we didn't house anybody. They were just there for WrestleMania, and they came to us.
Oh, okay.
That was just a place to put myself and the two video helpers, so to speak. But that's how we were able to get all that content done. So.
You had like a 2-bedroom.
Yeah. We believe me, extravagant. It was nice, but extravagant it was not. It was very, very small. But it fit what we needed.
I'm not angling for a place to stay. I got that covered.
Oh, we know the places you like to stay, brother.
Oh, yeah.
We know the places you like to stay.
Yeah, I already already got one of them booked right downtown.
Yeah, that's we really have. If we're going to do that this year, that's something we really got to get moving on. WrestleMania is going to be here before we know it. I just got to try and plow through the rest of the toy drive the best we can and go from there. I'm fried, mentally fried. I'm ready for a break, but you know what? We're almost in the home stretch. It's hard to believe Christmas is less than 2 weeks away.
Yep, Christmas is 2 weeks less. And then the Royal Rumble, and after the Royal Rumble, we start counting down to WrestleMania.
Yeah, and that's what's making me think I've really got to start to get moving if we're going to do some of these things. I'm actually taking some notes right now. WrestleCon.
Because WrestleCon, don't they owe you a spot, right? Because
yeah, we've had two booths.
You paid money. The WrestleCon didn't happen. They still got the money, right? Or did they give you the money back?
No, they didn't refund it. So they still have money for the two booths.
They still got the money, so they owe you a slot.
Well, you know what? I'm glad we discussed this because I got to get moving on it. And on top of that, I got to make a note. The house.
Well, you got to make sure you get moving on it because whether they owe you money or not, if they done filled up, there's not going to be no place to put you. So that's going to be an argument.
Hey, well, let me tell you this. We spent a lot of money on that space. It's not going to be taken from us. But, you know, they're good people. I wouldn't expect that to happen. No, I guess maybe the one thing that surprises me is that they haven't reached out, you know? But anyway, I don't want to talk about that on the air. They're pretty good people with it.
Yeah, that guy is a good guy. So
if there's any problems, I'll sick you on him. I'm teasing. I wouldn't expect it.
Yeah, he's a good guy. But I'm gonna tell you this, and I say it on the air. I want a slot because I'm gonna be in Dallas.
You might have to talk to him. I don't know how much room we're gonna have.
We just not talking about it, and you ain't picked talent one. Don't do that.
We got to make the money back, brother. Like I said, we're not talking about cheap. This isn't a $150 booth like a lot of those conventions. This is mucho dinero.
I don't have a lot of stuff. Find me a damn corner.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
It's not going to be like Tony putting out 15 pieces of art, which was another point of contention.
I don't have that many.
We're not going to talk. I won't even get into that. It's the holiday season. I'll wait until January until I start burying him again.
Right. Give the man a Christmas break.
We'll give him a little break, Oscar, but after that, I'll go back to burying him.
Oh God!
Who knows? Maybe
you never did talk and resolve your problems.
It takes two people to have a conversation.
Yeah, no.
You know,
you never lied.
At the end of the day, it's a conversation I was and am still very willing to have. And I think you also have to look at two things too. Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to have a confrontation? I don't want to have a confrontation. I'd rather have a conversation. That's the way I look at it. But, it's sad because there's so many people that have enjoyed Tony over the years, and for it to turn into nothing, it's disappointing. But, we don't want to rehash that whole story. Even Marty, trying to get him back here again. It's unfortunate that, as of now, I guess season 1 of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty has come to an end. We need the fan support to get him back here because it's expensive, between the cost of him, the cost of the airfare, the hotel, the studio expenses. The studio staff works very hard, and I believe they deserve, something too, and they dedicate, sometimes days of their life to try and make these productions come to life. And I think Marty and I, Marty and I have a love-hate relationship. Usually it's a lot of love, then a little bit of hate, and we resolve it, and it goes back to love again. But he, there's certain things I think Marty should do as a result of what's going on at different points in 2021, and he disagrees a little, and that's fine. But I do expect the show to continue. I just think right now it's almost like one of those Breaking Bad or The Walking Dead. It's like season finales, so to speak, and we'll be back with season 2 before you know it. It's like Frosty said, I'll say goodbye, but don't you cry. I'll be back again someday.
to hear more of his out-of-control lunatic stories. But it'll be fun. All right. Anything else we're forgetting this week, Oscar? Now that you've made me, I have this list in front of me that I have to do based on our conversations. Any other final thoughts before we hit the road this week?
No, that's just about
Nothing.
it. And for this week, it was a lot.
All right. Well, you know what? We're looking forward tomorrow night, LIVE Live. The Berzerker is making good on his promise to have been with us. He was going to be at the anniversary event November the 13th, and then his dad passed away. He's going to be with us live Tuesday night for a cyber autograph signing and live episode.
Berzerker's coming.
He's going to be here tomorrow, baby. I can't wait for this. I think there's going to be some very rich material coming from the mind and the mouth of the Berzerker. I hope everybody decides to tune in, get an autographed picture, and help the Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. I'm glad we were able to use those plane tickets so they didn't go to waste before the holidays, which is always nice, because one thing I hate is wasted airline tickets, wasted hotels, and so on. And again, I completely lost track. I am so tired. But the big Paul Bear Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive raffle tickets, they're on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Fans can enter from anywhere in the world. One fan wins the entire jackpot. And again, all roads. Forget about Dallas, Texas, Arlington, Texas, wherever you want to say WrestleMania is. All roads are leading back to Memorial Hall here in Melrose, Massachusetts. Saturday night, April the 16th, we go back to the 80s for an event that you're going to get in the DeLorean like Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future. It's going to be fantastic. We have discount VIP packages and tickets on sale now on the BostonWrestling.com super site. Again, always fun to have you here with us, Oscar.
Man, it's always fun to be here every week. It's like every week, I love this show because every week there's always great content. We always have a lot to talk about. It always seems like we run out of time before we run out of discussion. Well, and I really hope the fans enjoy it.
Should we give the fans our little spoiler that we've talked about? We're going to test the waters. I'm not 100% sure if we've announced it or broached it, but something that you and I have, we're going to do it in the coming weeks, but you and I have discussed doing in addition to the 11 p.m. Monday night program, almost like a drive time talk show for Tuesdays, breaking down the previous night's Monday Night Raw. I think that is a concept the fans may like. It's really at the end of the day up to the fans, but we're going to be giving that a test drive probably after the toy drive ends. I think it'd be a little much to take on in this moment, at least for my brain. You know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe
yeah.
Maybe that's how we'll either wrap up 2021 or kick off 2022. Instead of one, you get Oscar twice a week, talking wrestling news and current events, and then we get one talking Raw.
Yeah, Tuesday night, Richard.
Well, no, drive time, Oscar. I want this, drive when people are on the bus, on the train, in the car, I want them listening to Oscar breaking down the previous night's Raw.
Yep, drive time mission.
All right, well, anything we're forgetting before we go? And yet another busy week back in the cold air in Boston.
I think we covered everything. We covered Jack Lanza. We covered
Jeff Hardy. David Reese.
Yeah, we covered
Gwen Reese.
Gwen Reese.
Did you want to cover Gwen Reese?
Well, yeah, I mean...
You're a married man.
Shut up.
You're a married man. How dare you say that?
She's a pivotal part of the David Reese situation.
All right, well...
So,
let's keep it that way, please.
Because I would hate to see anybody get screwed out of a situation because of a business faux pas. That wouldn't be good.
Well, she'll keep the I's dotted and the T's crossed.
Now that I trust she will.
You trust Gwen Reese?
I trust Gwen Reese to have his interests, at heart. So yeah.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to make it to the cauliflower this year. I don't know if we talked about that. That's actually going to be, and I'm very happy to say, in September.
Where?
Down near the Fremont Street Experience.
Which hotel? Really?
Yeah, the Plaza. So they're going old school, literally.
Okay.
I like that area, though. I think that's a fun area.
No, I'm trying to think about the Plaza. You know, the Plaza. Oh.
Yeah, we know. You need a 5-star resort. You know, you're not like the rest of us. The underbelly of the industry.
No, I'm really trying to think. I stayed at the Plaza about, let me see, what's this? 2000. I stayed at the Plaza probably in 2013.
Yeah. What did you stay at the Plaza for in 2013?
Oh, I was going through a real tough time, and I found myself in Vegas for some reason.
Yeah.
And I needed a cheap place to stay.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed at the Plaza for maybe 7, 8 days.
7 or 8 days you stayed at the Plaza?
Yep.
Well, I know they've had cauliflowers there before because I know we have footage from the Plaza. I think that might have been 06. But I really like that area. Every time I'm in Vegas, if I don't get to go down there for at least one night, I'm very disappointed. The only thing is, for those that like to go to the Strip, you got to take that shuttle bus called the Deuce.
You got to take the shuttle.
You got to take the Deuce.
One thing about the Plaza is like the baby Strip.
Yeah.
It has a lot of things to do, and it is by far a much easier walk than walking up and down the Strip. You can get from one end of the Plaza to the other. It might take you some time for people like me and people like you, but it's
people
doable.
like me? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I mean, that have challenges. You know what I mean.
No, I'm teasing. I know what you mean. It is easier. It's only, that canopy that they have over the Fremont Street Experience.
Right.
I think it's only about 3 blocks.
If it rains, it's not affected.
Yep.
And like the Strip, it is jumping with activity 24/7. So, you might like the Plaza.
Yeah.
Now, for those looking for a whirlpool by the pool, the Gold Coast did have one. The Plaza does not.
You're big on the whirlpool.
I'm really big on that is a prerequisite for me to stay at a hotel most times I travel.
So you're not going to stay at the Plaza because there's no whirlpool.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why that is something that I'm really gonna think about.
Okay.
I'm really gonna think about it because when you stay at the Gold Coast, the hotels that I would stay at are pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
If I stayed on the Strip, it would be quite a little distance to travel to get to the Plaza.
Every day, yeah.
Right, every day. So, and they're not too many, I don't know, maybe there's a couple, but there are not too many hotels downtown that are comparable to where I would love to be.
You know what? You've actually given me yet another idea as I continue to write on my notes. I'm interested to see if they have the type of room at the Plaza that we had at the Gold Coast where we did those interviews with Godfather and D-Lo and the other people for the toy drive. So I actually really need to look into that and find out what the heck we're going to do if they don't have one. You know what I mean? I know there's only a couple of hotels down there.
You better call the Plaza today, find out and reserve it. Because if they do have it, it's going to get snatched up when you decided to do it, in the fall or the summer or whenever.
I don't remember when we booked the one for the Gold Coast, but who do you think has the better buffet? The Gold Coast or the Plaza?
The Plaza probably has the better buffet.
Yeah. Even if they didn't have one, they might have the better buffet.
My mind is saying anybody got a better buffet.
You truly hate. I have great hatreds in my life of many people, but for you, It's the buffet at the Gold Coast Casino in Las Vegas. I don't think I've ever heard of you talk about anything or anyone with such great passion as you do that buffet. The hatred you have for it.
They need to really be ashamed of themselves.
Well, at least David Reese paid for it one time when we were there. I think Gwen Reese was there, as a matter of fact.
It don't matter. It don't matter who paid.
Free or not, it sucked.
It's free or not, it sucked eggs.
All right, wrestling fans, we have gotten off topic as usual. That's part of the fun on this show. For my partner in crime, the man on a mission, the guiding light of the WWF Tag Team Champion Men on a Mission, I'm the guy that introduces the show, Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, we'll see you live tomorrow night. We'll be back with Oscar next Monday night after WWE Raw. Until we speak again, can we use the C word, Oscar?
Yep.
We hope you and yours continue to have a very merry Christmas season. Good night from Boston. In the coming weeks, Oscar is going to be joining me for a second program that reviews Monday Night Raw each week, premiering during drive time on Tuesdays. Always looking to expand the content of interest here to test the waters to see what you guys like. Your feedback on this one, again, very important. Speaking of content, we're ready for Season 2 of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. We'd love to have Marty Jannetty back ASAP to share his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s, but need your help to make it happen. Our interactive, prize-filled Indiegogo campaign is ongoing now. Look for the link in the description box below or across our social media platforms. Up next, it's another debut on Wrestling Insider Special Edition, Doink the Clown. Yes, longtime fans will remember that Doink the Clown Matt Bourne was with us for a very intense, in-depth, 3-hour studio shoot interview DVD that can be found on our Patreon streaming service at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. But this is the first time that the second Doink, Ray Apollo, who took over the role from Bourne, when he was released due to his drug problems. Apollo was there from 93 to 95, even longer than Bourne. Ray joins us for the first time, so get ready for some clowning around with Doink.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to Wrestling Insiders. A lot of brand new faces joining us throughout the month of November and December as we get closer and closer and closer to the big day. It's the one C word we can use on this show. Hopefully I'm not going to offend you by saying the word Christmas.
No, not at all. I love Christmas. Clowns love Christmas.
It's an offensive word to some. I don't know why, but...
Why? It's Santa Claus and reindeer, and everybody's happy, and they're eating and drinking and laughing, and everybody gets together. There's nothing bad with that.
I don't see it that way.
Okay.
But, the world is a lot of clowns out there, no pun intended. But anyway, it's funny. We sent a little holiday greeting out to our dear friend in Stamford, Connecticut, down at Titan Towers before we started this show. And I don't know if you were aware of this, but for the longest time, they had your photo up with Sweetness, Walter Payton.
Oh, yeah.
In the obituary section for Matt Bourne. And I told her, I don't know how many times, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, well...
They finally removed it, which made me happy, but I thought it was a little, I don't know.
Well, that was one of the highlights of being backstage, getting to meet guys like Walter Payton, and Scottie Pippen, and Reggie White, and I got to meet some guys that I probably wouldn't have got to meet had I not been in the wrestling business. And Walter Payton, everything you've ever heard about him is 100% true. What a gentleman! What a nice guy! I mean, a reason I got that picture is he asked me if it would be okay if he could take a picture with me.
Really?
And that's what I said to him. I said, really? You're Walter Payton. I go, only if I can have one with you. And he said, of course, he said yes. And that's how I got the picture.
Now, was that SummerSlam that opened up the United Center in Chicago?
Yes, it was the first event
ever
in the United Center in Chicago. And it was SummerSlam, yep.
Yeah, that was really cool. He was the manager of, I believe, Razor Ramon that night against Diesel with Shawn Michaels. But it's a nice picture to see online. I just don't think it belonged in the obituary section for Matt Bourne. But
thank God I'm still alive.
You know what's funny? Right across the way, when we used to have a different setup here in this studio, we actually had Matt with us at one point. He had some very interesting stories, very interesting guy. I don't know if you ever came across him.
I knew Matt.
Oh,
yeah,
did you? You
yeah,
know him?
I knew
Okay.
him.
Did you ever think that you'd reincarnate maybe what he's best known for through his...
Well, you always got to, in the words of Vincent K. McMahon, you never know what's going to happen, and anything is possible in the WWF. At that time it was WWF, now it's WWE. But
I believe you started right around the Survivor, the only pay-per-view we had here in Boston at the old Boston Garden, right around Survivor Series 93.
Yeah, it was a couple of months before that, but yeah.
And what did you think? How was it pitched to you? You know, did you think that maybe they wanted to bring you in as yourself, a brand new character, something different, or did you know all along that they were going to test you out to become Doink?
Well, I got a phone call from Vince, and he asked me to come up to the office. He wanted to talk to me. So I did, and he pitched the idea of me taking over as the Doink, portraying the Doink character, that they were going to part ways with Matt Bourne. And I said, well, if your decision is made, then I have to make one. So I said, well, let's see what happens. I never did this before. You know, I was in the business. I knew how to. I knew how to wrestle, and you know, I made trips to Japan and Germany, and I was doing it, but I never tried this out. You know, and then I went and had a dark match, and Vince handed me, you know, contract and plane tickets. And
oh wow! So they were pretty happy with it then.
I guess so, because he hired me.
Did you ever think that you'd become a clown when you decided to enter into the world of professional wrestling?
No.
And you were around you were tenured by the time Doink came your way, am I correct?
Oh, yeah, I was probably in the business 12, 13 years maybe. Yeah.
And what was it about pro wrestling the first time a young version of you, or maybe even an older version of you, came across it on TV or at a live arena, and the bug kind of hit you? What was it?
Well, like so many of other guys, you know, that got into business, I used to watch it when I was a kid. And you know, times were different back then. There was no pay-per-view. There was no cable TV. So the only time you would get to see the stars from other areas of the country was when they would come into the New York market, which went from Maine to Washington and out to Ohio.
Yeah.
So, and then you had to read the magazines, you know, to see what guys were doing. And I really liked it, and I always liked it. And I said, you know, maybe one day I'll give it a try. And I was working in a club, working at the door in security, and I met some of the guys, and they said, well, come down and work out. And you know, I went down and worked out. I wrestled in high school and stuff, and from there, I started driving a ring truck, putting a ring together, you know.
And who was that for?
Johnny Rods.
Oh, okay.
Alpha and Sika.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And, you know, I had more matches in Alpha's backyard in Connecticut than I think I did anywhere else.
You did a lot of training with Alpha.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Any memorable stories about WWE Hall of Famer Alpha? One of the heads of the Hawaii family that has gone on to have such a great legacy in the industry.
Without a doubt. I mean, back then, you know, it was his son, Sam, you know, Samu, and the Tonga Kid. And the rest of them weren't even doing nothing yet.
Oh, really?
You know, there was no Yokozuna yet. There was no Roman Reigns. There was no Rock. There was none of that stuff going on. It was just, you know, and then, of course, Junior, you know, Rikishi came along, and Roman Reigns and The Rock and so forth, you know, and the history's pretty much there. I mean, you know, Yoko passed away, but, you know, I knew him from when he was 14 years old.
Oh, that young? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was considerably young when he passed.
Yeah, I don't even know if he was 30.
Wow. Yeah, I remember the day. It was October 2002. I think it may have been Rikishi's only pay-per-view match as a heel in the company. And the day after, they did the big tribute to Yoko on Raw, which I thought was kind of ironic, maybe, or spooky, maybe
they were,
in other ways.
No, those Polynesian guys were great.
Yeah.
I got along with every one of them. I never had a bad word with none of them. Alpha. Not that you want to. I mean,
No.
I mean, it's a lot of people you could start a fight with. I wouldn't recommend that.
So you must have loved walking into WWF at that point, where Alpha was managing Junior and Samu, and Yoko was around. Yeah.
It was like old home week. It was like we were in the backyard again.
Now, you never had a chance to be a villainous Doink. Do you think you would have enjoyed that, or do you think you had more fun playing it up for laughs?
Well, I always try to make the best out of everything, you know what I mean? But I think I would have had a real hoot being a bad guy. I think I would have liked it.
I think Matt did a tremendous job as a villain.
He did a great job. He did a
great job.
All I had to do was run with the football that he pitched me. We were running an option, and he was the quarterback.
Yeah.
He pitched me the ball, and I just went down the sideline.
Did you ever bump into him after you took over?
I never bumped into him. We talked on the phone.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah. I spoke to him on the phone a few times.
And he could be kind of erratic, as I learned over the years. Was he all right about it?
He was all right. Me and him personally never had a problem.
Oh, good.
I got along with the guy.
Mm-hmm.
He got along. I think he got along with me. So it never was never bad heat with me and him.
And it's still such a beloved character from now. My gosh, almost you're talking 29 years ago in December. It'll have debuted at the TV taping.
Almost 30 years old.
Still action figures. There's still video games. There's still T-shirts.
It's always nice to be remembered. I mean,
as long as you get the royalty check, right?
Well, that don't happen.
Oh.
Got to go talk to that guy in Connecticut.
All right. Well, I didn't know about that. My gosh. Well, that's too bad. But I guess it's easy when you could. I guess that you saw Doink the Clown on pay-per-view as recently as, and I don't know if you saw it, but it was horrendous. Last year during quarantine times, when they did the pay-per-view out of Titan Towers itself, they had someone pop up from behind the chair dressed as Doink, and the wig was.
I didn't see it, so I really can't comment.
You didn't miss anything.
Oh boy,
you didn't miss anything. I'll put it to you like that. But you still stay busy. I mean, your face was very popular at the. I'm not sure what Hall of Fame exactly it was called in Amsterdam, New York. But weren't you pretty involved with them?
Yeah, I went to every one of them except one.
Did you?
Yep. So I thought they were doing a really good job. When they had it going up there in New York State, and Tony Villano and the guys that started that whole thing, it was really, really done good. And the boys loved it, and I did too. I mean, I missed one of them in 11 years.
And there's a new version of a Hall of Fame coming to that area. Am I correct?
Yes.
It's not through Tony Villano, though, is it?
No, he helps the people. He gives them some of the things of what he did to make it work, and he tries to steer them. Just when they have a problem, they call him up and they ask him, and because he did it once,
Right.
Yeah, the one that's there now is going to be the International Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame, and it seems like they're getting off the ground. They got a really nice place to display in the Knickerbocker Arena.
Really?
I don't know what the name of it is now. But
in Albany,
yeah,
they're in there.
The
wow,
River Rats
really
play there.
impressive.
The hockey team plays there and stuff. They got a storefront in it, right in there.
Wow!
And it's, I think it's going to be something. I think it's going to go. I think it's going to be.
Have
really
they
good.
had a induction, reunion, however you want to classify it as a event?
They had one in August this year.
Mm-hmm. And did you go?
I couldn't go.
Oh, you
no,
couldn't go. Okay.
I had a wedding and stuff.
Oh. Well, you know what? Everybody that lost out on those weddings is trying to get rebooked, so
That's
to speak.
the problem, and I keep going to them every couple of weeks.
Oh, you must be going broke. No clowning around, right?
No clowning around.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with Doink the Clown as we continue the Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Stand by for some great information on a great cause. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bear Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot
for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marty, and I'm not clowning around when I say I have Doink with us. Much more light atmosphere compared to the time that John Cena Sr. and I sat over on the opposite side of the studio with Matt Bourne, who was the original Doink. But I have to ask you, any memories of the man himself, the man we're paying homage to with the drive every year, the one and only Paul Bearer, the man behind the urn?
Bill Moody.
Bill Moody.
One of the nicest guys I ever met in the business. And first or second day in the company, we had to do a double shot, which means you work twice. And we had to fly up to Providence, Rhode Island, on a little propeller airplane.
Oh, geez.
Get in a car, go to the Civic Center, wrestle, come back, get on the propeller plane, and go back to New Jersey for the Brendan Byrne Arena at night.
Wow.
Now, it was my second day in the company, and I was like, my head was just spinning around on his shoulders. I didn't know what to do. And Bill Moody came over and said, and he had that southern drawl. And
I know it very well, Ray.
I miss it. I really miss that.
Me too.
And he said, hey, I got a car, me and Mark, meaning the Undertaker, because we have a car. You could just jump in with us for this time until you get acclimated. I said, well, geez, that's pretty nice. I don't even know this guy. And he's offering me a ride and this and that. So we get in it's a Lincoln Mark 7, 6, whatever it was. And I'm in the back seat. Paul's in the front, Taker's driving. And a George Jones song comes on the radio.
Oh, loved him.
So the song comes on the radio, and I start singing it under my breath, real low. And Moody hit the seat, and he looked over at Mark. He goes, you see, Mark, I told you this Yankee boy's going to be all right. He loves George Jones. And then he took out his book and he showed me all the pictures of George Jones that he had signed, and and I knew he was a big George Jones fan.
He carried it with him on the road?
Oh, we had it with him. He had pictures of his beautiful wife.
Oh,
yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
That I can imagine, but
Oh,
I couldn't imagine carrying around pictures
He had a
of
little
George Jones.
loose leaf book in his grip, you know?
Yeah, he had that nice Halliburton that he always carried. I don't know if he had the Halliburton back then, but yeah. Oh, I never knew that he had a little.
And he was such a good guy. I mean, he was funny to be around. That's one guy I really, really miss.
Like I said, I just miss him every day. He passed just a couple of days before a live event we're going to have at the same venue tonight, and his services were held on the day of the event. It was terrible. It took me several years just to be able to be in the vicinity to go and visit, his resting spot in Mobile, Alabama. That's not exactly
around the corner.
Easy to get to. Yeah,
from
a lot
Boston,
of the times.
No.
Yeah, we went down to for one of those
Gulf Coast reunions.
No, it was part of WrestleMania 34 in New Orleans, WrestleCon. And then I said, you know what? When am I going to be any closer? So the day after.
From New Orleans to Mobile?
From New Orleans, yeah. Which wasn't
that's
exactly
not that close.
Well, I know, and I learned it that day. But I mean, again, when was I going to be any closer than that? So we drove out, and then we drove into the cemetery, and I had no idea, not a clue where it was. Mm-hmm. So we had to find someone that worked there, and they got on their walkie-talkie, and they found someone that apparently, I don't know if they have maps or whatever it may be, to try and direct people, but they directed us, and it was just so nice to be able to see it in person, because it took me 4 years, I think. No, 5 years. That was 2018, yeah. So I was glad that I made it at least once. Hopefully I'll get down there again someday.
Yeah.
And maybe if, my friend Sue gets on the horn with the powers that be and they bring me back again and say, you know what, house show in Mobile, perfect place for me to stop and say hello again. But I keep in touch with him spiritually, I guess is the best way to put it, as he was a religious guy.
And he was a nice man.
He had his moments when he could be a little moody. He could live up to that name. You could get him on the right day.
Percy Pringle.
The right ribs. He was good at giving them, but sometimes if you gave him one the wrong way, he could be a little fiery, but that was just him. But it's just, I think it's so nice that we, I think you heard us when I was talking to Bushwhacker Luke, we've lost so many of the guys, the friends, the brotherhood, and I even consider the ladies that we've lost, if they were tenured veterans, not what they have now, to be one of the boys is a compliment, not an insult.
Oh no.
When they go, it's like who's next on the cattle line, you know what I mean? And I think there's a better way than that, and at least with Paul Bearer, that's what we like to do. Every Christmas time, we started the drive when he was still with us, and John Cena Sr., I should say, and I, and the various legends we have every year, keep it going. We like to say we try to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's house, because you never know who's watching, right?
That's what Christmas is all about.
Yep.
And
we've had so many new faces and friends this year join us. This event, you probably wouldn't know, was originally going to be a Back to the 80s event, and then, my gosh, we lost Paul Orndorff, we lost Road Warrior Animal, Jake the Snake Roberts, who works with AEW, they moved their pay-per-view date. Lanny Poffo moved to Ecuador, I guess.
He's living in South America.
Yeah. I guess looking for a little privacy for his special skill. Anything that could have gone wrong, went wrong, and then even when we decided to say, well, you know what? The 80s, there was so much interest in that, we were going to do the 90s in April. We'll flip-flop it. We'll do a 90s version first, and then we're going backwards, but we're still giving fans both.
Yeah.
And then Berzerker's dad died. Jim Duggan, I don't know if you heard about him. He had the prostate cancer. They have that removed. Dr. Style Slick, he ran into a situation with some unsavory people. It had nothing to do with him. Duke the Dumpster Drosy wound up in the hospital last night. So it has been...
Michael all right?
It's not great, but it's not horrible, I guess is the best way to put it. So he's still hoping he'll be with us in the near future. And I don't know if I've ever even met him in person, but really enjoyed the interactions and trying to set things up with him. He seems like really nice guy, really upfront guy. The stories about his substance abuse problems and the things he did to go on to try to help other people with it, which I think is a really nice thing, to try and turn a negative into a positive. Yeah. But this weekend, it's taken years off my life, I think. It's our 20th anniversary. It's our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. We've got NBC kind enough in the Boston market to come out and try and do a couple of pieces on the event. And it has just been a complete and utter nightmare at every turn. Every time you think you have everything set, another piece of the jigsaw puzzle would turn. Then you think you had everything set with the, the quote-unquote superstars that are known from WWE, and then issues start popping up with some of the, the regional independent talent. And it's like, I haven't had a good night's sleep in a couple of months. I was here 16 hours yesterday. I got about 3 hours sleep, and then I was fresh back. And people are like, well, why didn't you respond to my text? And it's like, well,
maybe I was busy.
When I went to get my hair cut, I don't know how long I was in there. I had 33 texts. And it's like, there's only so much time in the day.
Correct. I know.
I mean, I know you were a busy guy outside of the world of professional wrestling. Didn't you operate your own construction business from what I read at one point? I don't want to give away too much behind the makeup.
No, I did. Yeah.
Are you still involved with that now?
No.
No. You're just enjoying the
the
golden years with a little green hair.
That's it. That's it. A little face paint, a little dab will do you,
And the best part is, you know what? It must be so easy for you when you go out for live appearances and live events, to kind of navigate around, with that green hair. I can't imagine, you wear that if you go into Whole Foods.
No, it does raise a few eyebrows when I walk around like this. You should have seen it when I drove the motorcycle like this.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Did you? Really?
Yeah, we did a charity event, and I rode the motorcycle with the suit on.
I remember we went into a 99 restaurant with Matt Bourne, and he kept it on once. I thought that was kind of funny,
too.
You
pull up to the toll booth, and, when before you had Easy Pass, and we used to get a lot of different looks from the toll takers.
On a double shot type day?
Yeah. It was funny.
I bet they got it for them to break up their day a little bit. They probably thought it was great.
I mean, sometimes you didn't have time to take your stuff off, put your stuff on. You'd drive with your boots and your tights and everything, just go to the next town.
If it was too far, right.
Well, yeah.
Right.
If you got to make it, and,
no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
No, there's no excuses.
I wish more people had that philosophy.
Remember if you ever watched Timmy White, I love Timmy White, he was a great referee. He says in the interview when they're asking him about Andre the Giant, he goes, there's no excuses and there's no crying in professional wrestling. So be there or not be there.
I just don't know where the disconnect came from the current generation of quote-unquote indie guys in many cases to what you had back then, when there was just such great passion. Like you said, you'd rather cut off a limb than be late or miss a show.
Yeah.
Never mind the fine, but you took pride in what you did in your craft. You know what I mean? Some people look at it as such I don't think they have the dedication that a generation of yesteryear had. One man's opinion.
It's actually a lot like our society. 30 years ago, you had a lot more respect. People were nicer to each other. They respected the elderly. It was a different society that we live in. And that transpires into that too.
It's a very good point. Well, folks, that gives you something to think about. We just got a cue from the back. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out to look more into the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive 2021. Then we'll be back to wrap up the show. Stand by. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week.
Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, would love your input on what you think about having Doink with us. He's not too far away. We could probably get him up from time to time to tell some old road stories, some historical episodes, the fun that we have here on Wrestling Insiders. Even though right now we kind of got that Christmas feel, that Christmas vibe, as we're trying to help out St. Nick. He's been about as busy as I am, especially with the next couple of weeks coming up. He's got to get every kid's list ready. That's quite an undertaking. We're only worried about a few hundred people at Memorial Hall, so that's a really busy schedule. But in the premiere chat to my right on the screen, let us know your thoughts, or if you're not watching during the premiere, in the comment section below. Love your input on things. We are headed back to sunny Tampa, Florida in a couple of weeks to tape with many wrestling legends and superstars, as well as we really want to try and make up for last year's toy drive, which was a complete and utter disaster due to the times we were living in due to coronavirus. How did Doink the Clown survive the virus times?
Well, it was interesting. You know, it's funny. The winter of 20, when it first became known of what it was and everything around March, when the country started shutting down, I was in Florida.
Really?
And I called home, and my kids told me, don't even bother coming back. It's worse up here than it is down there. And I said, okay. So I stayed in Florida till like May, and then it started to get really bad down there.
Yeah.
And I came back up north, and it was starting to get better up here. And then, you know, before it all started, people weren't looking for coronavirus. You know what I'm saying? I think I had it.
Really?
You know, because I went to the doctors, and he gave me a bunch of stuff for colds, and wasn't touching it. I was having trouble breathing, and you know, gave me some more medicine, and I must have went to the doctor 3 times in a week. Wound up with a chest X-ray, and they said I had fluid in my lungs, and that if it didn't dissipate, they were going to have to admit me to the hospital. Luckily, the fluid did dissipate, and I didn't get pneumonia or whatever they thought I was going to have. But I'm quite sure, you know, and in his defense, the doctor was never looking for it because
They didn't know what it is.
There was no such
Yeah.
thing as coronavirus. But I think I had it 3 or 4 months before anybody knew that it existed. And like I said, I can't fault the doctor. Nobody knew what it was, right? It was just a bad cold, like pneumonia. And
Yeah.
that's what he thought I had. We'll never really know 100%.
Right.
But I think that's what it was.
How long were you out of commission for?
Oh, I was dragging maybe 2 weeks.
Wow.
I was, you know, going to the doctor, coming home, going and sleeping a lot, and I wasn't feeling right. And I was having trouble breathing.
Wow.
I couldn't take a deep breath. If I went to take a deep breath of air, I'd cough. So
Jeez, that's awful.
He started thinking it was like pneumonia,
Yeah.
you know, and he started treating it that way. And like I said, 3 times in a week, I kept going back to the guy, and he's giving me more pills and more whatever. And finally, I just kind of got better. Luckily, you know.
Luckily, yeah.
But
Thank God.
You know, I don't know. I don't know if it was or it was pneumonia and just a bad cold. I don't know.
Do you remember what month?
It started in December.
Oh, okay. Up here, we had that giant outbreak. There was, gosh, I don't know. It was some kind of a convention of I think, medical people, and a lot of people came over from China.
Oof.
And that's when it started to spread like wildfire through Massachusetts. It was really bad up here early on. I think we were one of the. I think early on we kind of started the quarantine. I think it was I went to the movies the day before it closed, and I think it was March 16th. And we beat a few people to the punch, but then it just, you know, I remember my ex's little one that we made the video for saying, oh, you know, they're going to be closing schools. And I said, let me tell you something, buddy. If you think they're going to be closing schools down, it's going to get really bad. And who looked like the idiot in that conversation?
Yeah,
you know what
well.
I mean? He knew better than me. Whether it was just wishful thinking on his behalf or some kind of wisdom that sometimes kids, you know, they pick up on their own sometimes,
Sure
the
they
way
do.
their brains work,
Yep.
different than adults do, yeah.
Yep.
So I'll never forget that he kind of was a little Nostradamus sitting in the back seat of the car one day when we were...
So that's how I got through the COVID stuff.
It was just COVID. You survived COVID. That's how you got through it.
Yeah, I
Now,
guess.
did you have a place down in Florida, or were you on vacation?
Well,
or?
no, I go down to a friend of mine's son. He's in the minor leagues for the Phillies.
Oh, really?
So I go and watch him play baseball.
Oh, wow.
And then my one nephew got married. He lives down there. So, you know, I have family and friends and, you know, all kinds of people down there. So
Well, I bet you didn't miss the weather.
No. The clown likes it around 70, 75.
Yeah, the 70 is about perfect for me.
That's me. That's what I like.
With the girth I have around the midsection, even that's sometimes a little too much, depending upon the humidity. But no, at least it was better than a cold, snowy northeast for you to have to deal with. Yeah. Well, and I mean, even on the road, think about trying to navigate some of those. You talk about you have to be at the show, you can't be late, can't miss the shot. I'm sure you endured some brutal winter weathers during your 3 years in WWF at the time.
Oh, we drove to we were like the mailman. We drove to rain, sleet, snow, tornadoes, mudslides, whatever you got. I mean, yeah.
Was Dink a good navigator?
No, not a good navigator.
You did the driving.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
And we didn't have GPS then.
So he had the little road map.
Well, yeah, but I used to take out the road atlas and make a little, I always call it a cheat sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't have to try to read the big map while I was driving. I could just read, 90 to 95 to 91 to this one to that one, and
Oh, so you just had a sheet of paper that instead of folding out some big map while you were trying to drive.
I used to do that. And then, after you go to these buildings around the country once or twice, you get to know them.
Yeah.
You get a little hip on how to get around.
Makes it a little easier, yeah. At least you become familiar with your surroundings. But I asked you, I heard you were talking to Luke earlier, and you said Dink had an extreme fear of dogs.
Oh, petrified.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, was it because of his size, or do you think it was...
I think size, emotionally, everything. Yeah, he's petrified of dogs.
Really?
So,
you had some fun ribs.
So the boys used to, we never would play a rib on anybody, right? Oh.
I was howling at a couple of the ones you were reminding Luke about from over the years. That poor little fella.
Yeah, well, you know.
Getting stuck in bathrooms with dogs and
Yeah.
Bam Bam's Doberman Pinscher, you said?
That was a Great Dane.
Oh, Great Dane, I'm sorry.
As, Bob Miller, Butch's dog, was a Rottweiler. You know, Luke's partner.
Butch, yep.
Yeah. He had a big Rottie.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I used to torture Tiger Jackson, Dink with it.
Where is he nowadays?
Who?
Dink.
Where he always is, outside of Montreal.
Is that where he still lives?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. How's he been doing?
Last time I spoke to him, he seemed fine, I mean, he couldn't, because Canada had the real tight restrictions, so he could come to America.
Just couldn't get back.
But he can't go home.
Yeah.
So it's a one-way trip, you know what I mean?
It's almost like what we were talking about with Luke, how it is down in New Zealand. I think he said they've had 8 deaths. I have a good friend that lives down there that's been inviting me to see it forever, but I mean, you
probably can't get in.
There's quite a fee to pay to get in. You have to pay to stay in I guess they have a certain thousands of hotels that you have to live in for 2 weeks. I mean, if you even, I don't know if you heard how much you heard of it, but Luke said, even if you have lived there and you're a citizen and you have a home, you still have to stay in that hotel for X amount of time before you can even leave and go to your own house. So, I can imagine that's very frustrating for those that live there, but when you compare 8 deaths to how many we've had,
to 250,000.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Not to try and hop into that segment too far with Christmas right around the corner.
But that's why I haven't seen Claude in a couple years, and I don't know when he's going to be able to travel freely again.
Yeah. Hopefully sooner than that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hopefully, knock on wood again.
So we'll have to see.
As we are approaching the big day on December the 25th, how does a clown like to celebrate the holidays?
Well, you remember one year Santa gave me Dink for Christmas. Do you remember that?
That's right. He was a present.
He was actually a Christmas present to me for Christmas,
Did you want to return it to the store the next day?
I tried, but they said no.
No.
This is
no receipt.
This is a blue light special. Cash and carry, buddy. But we had a good time. We had a lot of fun. Me, I love Christmas because I like seeing all the families get together. I like everybody eating and drinking and laughing, and then the best part is to see the excitement in all the kids' faces, because that, to me, you can't buy that. That's priceless.
No,
when you see those kids get excited like that, that's great.
And that's why the toy drive has so much meaning to me. The year I was in the accident with Sheiky Baby, when I wound up in the condition I'm in now, that was a tough year to try and do much of anything, never mind try and put together a high-quality Christmas for the little ones. And so to be able to do what we do and create smiles, I think that's a really awesome thing. That's why we implore you guys to get involved. If you are unable to join us at Memorial Hall in Melrose back on November the 13th for the big live event, all of the superstars there, they were helping with all the great items that WWE sent in, some of the toy drive posters, if there were any photos left over, some nice books that have been all over this studio. The studio has loved how I've kind of turned it into a wrestling flea market the past few weeks. But, it takes a lot of prep work to get all this stuff ready. You know what I mean?
It just doesn't happen.
I don't make them smile like you, though, when they see this kisser walk in the door. But that's a different story for a different time. Hopefully more families can enjoy the holiday. I know last year our normal traditions were kind of ruined by what was going on in the world. And, hopefully it's going to be bigger, better, brighter things. As Howard knocks us. Gee, Howard's he was the stunt double for Howard Stern in Private Parts.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the stunt double. But anyway, we thank our great help in the studio as always, Jackie the Joke Man, Howard Miller, Charlie Wilson's running around somewhere. Without the great help, we could never make these shows happen. I just sit here and yap and try and be slightly humorous and try and relive some great wrestling history for you folks out there that don't enjoy the sports entertainment of today and like to remember the good old days, so to speak. And we have a lot of fun doing it. I thought this interview was great, some great chemistry, and my gosh, if we really sat down at some point and tried to pick apart your career from point A to point Z, we could probably go on for weeks and weeks and months like we do with Marty Jannetty every Thursday night at 10, which is an adventure in and of itself, believe me.
Martin's entertaining.
Believe me. And more than that, but we won't go there. So for my new friend, Doink the Clown, I'm Dan Marati. Don't forget, between now And Sunday night, December the 19th, the Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive goes cyber. Get your mind out of the gutter. It goes cyber, where fans, whether you're in Boston, whether you're in New Zealand out with Bushwhacker Butch, anyone can help a great cause and get some great wrestling memorabilia for your own collection. So until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy, get part of the Paul Bearer Toy Drive. Good night from Boston.
Happy holidays!
Again, I ask you folks with so many new faces, would you like to have Ray Apollo back in studio? Always looking for your input. We value it a great deal. Certainly many more interesting stories with 3 years on the road full-time in WWE than we were able to pull from the man in one episode. Again, folks, if you're looking for that awesome holiday gift, discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling Sports Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass, featuring WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more. The event features a VIP exclusive Q&A session, an autograph photo fan fest, all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the squared circle like no tomorrow. Get your order in ASAP, and we're going to mail you a Christmas card autographed by WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and Marty Jannetty for gift-giving purposes. Again, head on over to BostonWrestling.com to save some money and get the best seats in the house for an event decades in the making. Speaking of the Berzerker, hell, did we have a great time this week or what when we had that live cyber autograph signing? The big man loved the studio. Maybe he loved Kowloon even more. I'm not sure about that. But our live cyber autograph signing episode went so well, we decided to kick off our new series, Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursdays, earlier than planned. And are also expecting the Berzerker back here in studio next month to tape even more great episodes. In this series premiere, the Berzerker shoots on breaking into professional wrestling with all of his tough guy friends in Minnesota, Mr. Perfect, Bruiser Brody, Andre the Giant, Haku's Toughness, Tony Atlas, and much more. I have a feeling that you folks are going to love this one.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to the kickoff of something new for us here in the world of Boston Wrestling Sports. A man we were looking forward to having with us on November 13th at our 20th anniversary event. Unfortunately, there was a lot of craziness in his world. Unfortunately, you know, your dad passed away.
My dad did die, and I want to tell all the fans that, man, I love you guys so much, but that's life. People die, and that's why I wasn't here. So.
Well, some of the fans, they saw that you wound up taking an appearance at the last minute in New York at one of those fan fests, but there was so much going on in your life, you really didn't know what the situation was at that point. And you didn't want to guarantee that you were going to be with us and let the fans down at the last minute. So.
It was really a long story, but
it was a tough
the
time.
bottom line is I'm here right now with you.
And we're going to have a lot of fun.
We're going to have a great time, and let's do it,
Every Thursday night, we're going to be throwing back to the good old
Throwback
days.
Thursdays, baby.
Every fan that's been with us for a long time, they know we love to go through those. They love the WWF in chronological order. And we're going to get there, but we got a couple of fun episodes for you. Maybe for some of the younger fans that weren't around during the days of the Berserker's prime.
Yeah.
But let us know, John.
You might have to Google me or something like that.
You come from one of the more unique locales for where it comes to producing professional wrestling talent. I mean, your peers that you came into the business with, all around the same age as you. Unfortunately, many of them aren't here anymore. But, I mean, tell us how John Nord came into the world of professional wrestling.
Well, let me tell you,
this
is it. I'm telling you, I'll try to make this not too long, but literally in 7th grade, me and Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, would start imitating Dusty Rhodes because we laughed so hard at him Sunday mornings on AWA. So we'd be talking like this, you understand? This is Dusty Rhodes. And we laughed like heck. And it started there. And then, you know, we had guys like Rick Rude, Mike Hagstrand Hawk came from another high school, but it was really close to our high school. Scott Norton went to Hagstrand's high school. Barry Darso graduated with me. Scott Simpson. Scott graduated with me, but don't call him Scott Simpson. His name's Nikita Koloff. Geez, you call him Nikita. I mean, you call him Scott Simpson, you think he'd have a freaking heart attack. Lighten up, Scott. Anyways, the bottom line is there's been dozens of guys, not dozens, but I would say a solid dozen. A guy named Brady Boone that passed away. Who am I missing, Daniel?
Oh, my gosh. Joe Laurinaitis.
Joe Laurinaitis was a great guy, just passed. We had so many guys pass away. Who?
Kevin Kelly.
Kevin Kelly, Nails. And I actually got a phone call from him a year ago. And for you fans, I'm going to try to get him. I ain't promising nothing, but I'm trying to get him on one of these shows.
Wow, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, everybody, because he's never been seen. I was there when he choked him out. And what teased me off is you got guys like Bret Hart saying, yeah, I was there when Nails choked out Vince. No, you weren't, Bret. Me and Kevin were driving a rent-a-car. I was driving, and he knew he couldn't get off the pot. They were piss testing for marijuana, and he knew he couldn't get off of it. So he goes, I'm going to choke that son of a bitch out. So I said, tonight? Now? Yep.
Let's save that for when we get there in 1992 as the series progresses, because that's always a story that fans have a heck of a lot of interest in.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
You gave him a good little teaser.
Well, I gave you a good little teaser, and you're right, Dan. I started ahead. And then anyways, I wrestled in high school. College, I played at Montana State football. I wrestled my senior year at Montana State, 15 matches because I could beat the heavyweight. From there, I went to 1984 Brad Rangan's wrestling camp.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his very first wrestling camp. And there was me, Rob Ricksteiner.
Oh, really?
That's his real name, Rob Ricksteiner, in case anybody has delusions it's something else. It's Rob Ricksteiner. There were so many guys in there. Right after us was, Scott Norton, Vader. I mean, there was guys that I can't even remember right now. The Alaskans, if you remember them. They didn't get over that much, but they were great guys. And that particular camp, we had more tough son of a guns than you could ever believe. I mean, there were guys that wouldn't have not made that camp. And I would name them, but it would hurt their feelings, and I ain't going to do that. But I'll tell you something. Guys like Shawn Michaels wouldn't have made it. Guys like Marty Jannetty wouldn't have made it. I'm telling you the truth. And if a guy like Bret Hart wouldn't have owned, and I like Bret, I travel with him, but if his dad wouldn't have owned it, Bret Hart wouldn't have made it. I promise you. And I'm not saying that for ego or to be mean or nothing, but I tell the actual facts, truth. And I try, if I hurt somebody's feelings, I'm sorry, but I do tell the truth on these shows.
It's the only way you know how.
Huh?
It's the only way you know how.
No, it's the truth, man. And that camp was tough. I mean, we got in fist fights. You got Brad Rangans, who was an Olympian. You had Dennis Kozlowski, who would just stop by. He was an Olympian. A guy named Dan Chandler was an Olympian. He would stop by. So you had nothing but really tough guys there. And I thank God I was in good shape then, because I would have got my butt kicked if I went to train hard before I came in there. But I did train hard, and I ended up wrestling, Dan. I ended up wrestling Rob Ricksteiner a lot. A real shoot.
Really?
Yeah, me and him. And we were about 50-50. And he wrestled for Michigan. I wrestled for Montana State. Rob was a good wrestler. He had much more experience than me, but I still went 50-50 with him. The bottom line is from there, first job was AWA, and Vern Gagne was my father-in-law's best friend in high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they went to Robbinsdale together. Now, Robbinsdale's the big wrestling school. And matter of fact, if you go to the Minnesota Wrestling Hall of Fame, it's in downtown Robbinsdale. The first inductee was Vern Gagne. You had Larry Henning, and then there's going to be a lot of others induct, so many per year. But
you mentioned that you and Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig, went to school together. I'm going to guess you knew that Larry was a wrestler.
Oh, yeah. We would, well, when you're in junior high and you're looking at Larry Henning, the guy looks like a mountain. He's one of the biggest dudes ever. Him and Scott Norton are physically the strongest guys I've ever met.
Really?
Naturally. Larry Henning was a freak of nature. But when I was a kid with Kurt, we got caught stealing beer out of a beer warehouse. And we took off running, and Kurt went one way, I went the other. I didn't hear from him, so I went over to Kurt's house to see if he was home. Mm-hmm. So I got home, and Larry had heard from the cops, and he was taking Kurt and was throwing him down the steps. And Kurt's mom goes, "Don't, Larry, you'll kill him." And it wasn't like an abuse or something that is definitely wrong. It was just one of them, my old man was so teed off, which we've all been through that.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And the stories with Barry Darso are endless. And so 84, 85, I went to Louisiana. And one thing about Louisiana and Bill Watts, Jake Roberts became my tag team partner for a full year. And I was in the best shape of my life. Mm-hmm. And there's a black and white picture where I'm going like this, and Jake's standing here. He's got his hands on. And that's one of my favorite pictures. And I'll tell you why. Because Jake Roberts is a genius in pro wrestling. He is as smart as dude as you could ever have. He told me exactly what to do all the time. I didn't do it right all the time. But there's a lot of interviews that you'll probably never see. But we said some just really funny interviews. And it was all because of Jake. Jake is a genius. And from there, 86, back to AWA, 87 AWA, 88 AWA, 89 AWA, kind of. I took some time off. And then 91, which would be February 91, I got called. I got called by Vince. And then I started there. I was kind of disappointed I didn't get a push.
Well, we're going to be starting there in a couple of episodes, which I think is a great segue into, because the fans, they love the nostalgia of the WWF as opposed to WWE. But again, we're going to get the
WWF. You are correct. They do love that.
Let me ask you this. I know we're going to be getting ready to go to a commercial break any second now, but we're going to skip around a little bit until we get to that WWF timeline. What brought you into the orbit of the late, great Bruiser Brody?
Well, I met Bruiser Brody in 1985, and in Japan, and he had the chains. He was something to see, man. They were going to make a cartoon of him. He was absolutely, every place you went, it was a packed house. And it was because of Bruiser Brody. Well, I became good friends with him.
Was this for Inoki or Barber at that point?
This for Inoki.
Inoki, okay.
Frank wrestled for Inoki. As far as I know, he hardly ever wrestled for Baba. He did maybe once or twice,
right,
but that's about it. Inoki, next thing I know, we're good friends. We're calling each other on the phone. We're doing some independent shots, and we're meeting early, and we're talking, we're going to lunch, we're, on, and we became friends. And Frank says, why don't you start that Huss thing with me? And I said, okay, what does that mean? He said, I have no idea. I just do it because I breathe hard. I said, that's about right. That's why you do it. You start going, Huss. You got to say something when you're breathing that hard. But we did a lot of the independent shows in them 80s. Mm-hmm. And like I told you, I don't know about, that contract in 88.
Well, we're going to get there, too.
Was a big deal.
But I got a cue from the back from our partner in crime in the control booth, John C. Manicus Riley. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out as we get ready. We're inching closer and closer to that big day on the 25th. The reindeer are going to be hitting the roof. Santa Claus is going to be coming. Is our Paul Bear holiday headlocks.
Paul Bear. I love that guy. Don't forget him. He was the best.
We'll find out more about the toy drive and other great things happening in the world of Boston wrestling. We'll be back after this brief timeout.
Oh, yeah.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bear Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event. Number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We're starting to scratch the surface of the world, the career that is John Nord, the Berzerker to some of you, Nord the Barbarian to others, among other aliases in the King of Sports professional wrestling. But tell us, again, Bruiser Brody, one of the more fascinating characters that's almost gone on to become an enigma due to the way he left this world. But
you're right.
Tell us about the Bruiser Brody that you knew before we even talk about wrestling. The man you knew was Frank Goodish, the man.
The man was, his name is Frank Goodish. I even asked him where he came from, and he was very European background, okay? And the Europeans are very casket orientated. So that's why his funeral was in a casket. Remember that picture of him laying there in the casket?
Yeah.
I've seen that too, and I didn't make the funeral, either did Stan, and I was effed up myself, especially after I heard he was murdered. But the man, Frank Goodish, I'll tell you something. We had a few things in common. Number one, he played for the Washington Redskins, okay? And his O-line coach at one time was Vince Lombardi.
Oh, wow.
And then he became the head coach. And then there was an O-line coach named Bill Austin, who used to be the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, I played for the USFL, United States Football League, which, if you're old enough, you'll remember it. But Bill Austin was my O-line coach, which was really a coincidence. If I would have known Frank then, it would have been really cool to talk about him. But one thing about Frank Goodish, I'll tell you, he was all-state in basketball. He was all-state in football in Michigan. And I'm going to tell you, he was the genuine article. He was the real macaroni, no phony baloney. He was the real deal. He was an athlete. He had the lungs of a greyhound. He really did. And when I wrestled him, he seemed to have a thing where when I thought it was over, he had an extra steam in him that you can't even describe. But he was human, you know, obviously he died, but he loved his wife, and Jeff back then was his son, who was only 4 or 5 years old, and he loved the heck out of them. And Frank Goodish was I'll say, if one thing about Barbara, his wife, who knew him better than any of us talking, she'll tell you one thing. Frank Goodish was a free spirit. That's what she says to me. He was a free spirit. And he was a guy that, was he the toughest? You know, you always talk about, hey, who's the toughest? Was he the toughest? Well, if you put a guy in a room with another guy and who would walk out, who would be the toughest? No, Frank wasn't the toughest, okay? When you get into the tough stuff, you got to talk about ultimate fighting, you got to talk about amateur wrestling, you got to talk about boxing, okay? And if you intertwine all of them, you're going to be one tough dude.
Where do you think he would rank amongst the tough guys in pro wrestling?
Just in pro wrestling?
Just in pro wrestling.
Not counting none of the other.
None of the other genres.
Well, I'd probably put him 4th or 5th.
You think he could take Haku?
Listen, I'm going to tell you something about Haku.
Let's hear it, baby.
I know Haku very well. Am I talking to this camera?
Let the camera follow you, but talk
okay,
whatever way you want. Tell him, John. Tell him.
I'm tired of the Haku shit.
Oh, wow.
Okay, now Haku, I wrestled a dozen times in Japan. I wrestled him 5, 6 times here. And I'm going to tell you something. That is the most overdone, overrated thing that's ever been talked about. Haku is not that tough. I went at it with them. And I'm telling you, I didn't lose. So if you don't lose, I ain't going to say it. But guess what? Was Haku an amateur wrestler? I'm talking about the breed behind the guy. Okay? He never did any of that. He never played football. He never played amateur wrestling. I'm not saying he wasn't tough, but pulling a guy's eye out at a bar or punching a guy out at a bar, that don't really count, okay? Anybody can punch a guy out at a bar or pull his eye out. It don't count. I'm 62 years old. I would fight Haku right now. Okay, I'm telling you guys the truth. I'm tired of the Haku stuff. It's got drove up there because they want to make money on it, okay? You really think, yeah, he's got an intimidating look, okay? But I'm telling you, and I talked to my good friend Brad Rankins about this, because Brad wrestles him. And I said, what do you think about Haku? And he said he didn't have that toughness feel. When you grab onto a guy and the guy goes this way or the guy stands still and you can't move him. One of them two things are going to happen. Haku, you can throw Haku around. I'm not saying he ain't tough. Haku is tough. But I'm telling you something, and this sounds big-headed, and I don't know where I rate on it, but I'll tell you this, I'm tougher than Haku. And I know you think that that's a big, full of shit deal. It's not. You guys have overrated Haku. Somebody started something somewhere with this Haku deal, and it's got to stop. Because the guy ain't that tough. Period. Don't forget it. Or Marty Jannetty beat up him.
Well, it almost sounds like one of those say no to drugs PSAs. You're so animated about it, John. But I'll say this.
Well, I'm telling the truth.
I have no doubt your personal opinion is your personal opinion.
No, it's the truth. It's not. Besides your opinion, Daniel.
Okay.
It's the truth. I'm not going to sit here and say a guy ain't the toughest. If he was the toughest, hell yes, I'd say he's the toughest.
All right.
But he's not.
In this studio, both Marty Jannetty and Harley Race said they had Haku at #1. Where would you place Harley Race on that list?
Don't know him well enough.
Okay.
I would say Harley in his prime might have been one tough dude. I didn't know him till he got older.
Yeah.
So, you could, touch his forehead, take him down.
Yeah.
Scoop a leg, put him on his back, boom, 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 boom. Okay? That's how it works. But if you get old, the only guys you can fight are guys your same age. Okay? But Harley Race, and who else rated him #1?
Marty Jannetty.
Marty Jannetty don't know what he's talking about. The guy's an idiot. He's a drunken... Marty, I hope you're watching this, because you're a freaking idiot if you rate him #1. And Harley Race, I don't know what to believe of you. I'll tell you why. You said you said when Patsy Cline airplane crashed that you were there on the scene. And I watched the crash, and they showed it on an old clip. I didn't see you, Harley. So, Harley, I think maybe, everybody likes the bullshit now and then, and I don't know if I believe that. But is there anybody that gives anybody else #1?
What about Andre?
Andre might be #1. Andre grabs on you with his arms. You feel like a fucking elephant trunk has just picked you up off the air. Andre's an animal. I challenged Andre to a drinking contest.
Oh, to a drinking contest, okay.
We drank in Tokyo, and we're at a German restaurant. And we were drinking, and it was a 5-liter clay mug German beer. If you drank it, you didn't have to pay for it. I don't know how much 5 liters is. Do you guys?
It's roughly 2.5 bottles of soda.
Okay, so 5 liters.
So it's a lot.
So here we go. We're going at it one-on-one. It's a fierce look. I'm like, that's still a tough guy. Of course, I was joking. I love Andre. Anyways, we're drinking. I get the first one down. He put it down, kind of like drinking a shot of booze, Went down real easy for him. Now I'm on my second one. I get 3/4 of the way done, and I go into a blackout. I'm falling on tables of people trying to eat their meal. And Andre's going, John, you're too drunk. Why do you get so drunk? I said, I don't know, because you did it to me. And seriously, they booted me out to 86. Now, I ain't done with this story. And this is a true story. And that's for Ric Flair. This is a true story. Andre finishes that. Then he drinks a bottle of brandy, a full one, with no ease, and don't even look like he's drunk. He was incredible. So now me and him get in a cab to go back to the Kyo Plaza. And those little white Nissan cabs in Japan? Well, me and him squeeze in there. And we get to the Kyo Plaza. I fall out because he's taking most of the room. His ass was this wide. No, I'm not kidding you. Listen to me. It's this wide. So I fell out on the ground. I get up, and and Andre got stuck. Boss, I'm stuck. Boss, I'm stuck. That's what he called you, boss. Boss, I'm stuck. I'm going to pull, and I'm trying to pull. No, don't pull me. Oh, pull me. It hurts there. His hair. No, my hair hurts. He's legitimately stuck. Now listen. The Kyo Plaza called the police, and the police brought a welder with them. Now I'm saving these stories for my buddy Dan.
Thank you.
Some of them been unheard, and they are true. So, a welder is with the cops. He's got a little buzzsaw deal that cuts metal, so he cuts them out, and he falls out onto the pavement. He can barely get up. Andre was old now. He died at 49, but good God, he couldn't even move at 46, or how old he was.
I think he passed at 46.
I think he died when he was 49.
Well, I think he was around 40 in 87 when he worked with Hogan at WrestleMania, and he died in 93.
Somebody check, but I'll bet anything he was 49.
Do you want to make a small bet?
I'll make a bet. Yeah, let's make a bet.
20 bucks?
20 bucks.
20 bucks.
20 bucks. I say 49.
I say 46.
I say 49.
And if we're both wrong, I guess it's a tie.
Bingo, Santa Domingo.
There we go. All right.
So anyway,
this isn't one of those Marty Jannetty bets. This one's going to happen because Marty owes me quite a few meals from things he was wrong about. But anyway.
Marty, you're so full of shit. Anyways.
Back to Andre in Japan.
Anyways, Andre gets back up. He's got all kinds of shavings from the metal on him. And I help him out. I go, are you all right, boss? When you're helping Andre up, you're concerned about him, The guy's, and he's got these knit pants on, and these knit pants that, Omar the tent maker made. And I lift him up, and he goes, boss, I gotta go to bed. Boss, I gotta go to bed. I said, so do I. We were just hammered. But he wasn't as drunk as I was. Lucky I started snapping out of it. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And he won the drinking contest.
Oh, big time. He buried me.
All right, well, John, as we get ready to go to the timeout, I don't want to have heat with us so early on in the program, but John C. Manicus Riley checked on the internet up there. Andre was indeed 46 when he passed. See,
Son of a gun, okay.
But you know what?
okay.
We can still have other competitions as the days go on with these programs.
God, how did you know that?
He looked it up online. Oh, I just.
Son of a gun, I would have bet anybody. See, I did the same thing. I read it at 49, I thought. But I was wrong.
The reason I remember it is
I was wrong.
I remember he was 40 when he did the big WrestleMania 3.
Really?
And he died in 93, 6 years later. So.
You were right, and I was wrong, and I take it like a man.
You lived it.
I will take it like a man.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll see what other competitions
I'm glad.
I
should know guys like you know more than I do.
Well, I don't know much, believe me. Just ask my ex.
That's
a different story for a different time.
I call bullshit on that.
All right,
I think you know a lot. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with the final segment. Stand by for more Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursdays with John Noor.
Hey!
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/RedRose.
/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday with John Nord. Believe it or not, this is the Berzerker John Nord. I unfortunately continue to be me, Dan Marati. We're having fun here on the...
I'm glad to be here, Daniel.
And I tell you, I wish you were going
Marati, what is that, Italian?
The whole, you should hear the whole last name, but we had to cut it off a little bit.
Yeah,
but it sounds like an Italian song.
I've cut stuff before.
There's 16 letters total, but
is there?
We sliced it a little
Holy
bit.
cannoli.
But they figured to make it easy on me, they'd give me Dan, which is only 3 letters.
All right, well, we're going to go with Dan.
I'll say that I wish you could be with us live this Sunday night, John, when we have our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Christmas Party, where John Cena Sr. will be here in the studio. He's going to pick the winner of that cyber raffle. And I know you were out back earlier, and you couldn't believe some of the prizes that are going to be up for grabs. One giant jackpot, one winner anywhere in the world can buy a raffle ticket for as little as $5. Not only are we going to, quote-unquote, update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's house with the money we raise, but we continue to honor this man right here. He was like a second dad to me, the one and only Paul Bearer, who we miss and love every day.
God bless his heart. God bless his heart. I've never heard him say nothing but a kind words to people, and he was kind to me. And when I tried stabbing the Undertaker,
those will be some good stories.
The deal, he came up to me and he congratulated me that I was able to get it in the ring, to actually get it in.
Yeah.
A lot of guys, they won't get that sword in, but I'm not. Again, I'm not bragging. I'm talking about
you did a good job, John.
Well,
you did a good job. But I tell you, it's unfortunate. It was the year before he passed.
Yeah.
Him.
God, he passed.
Him,
quick.
John Cena Sr. and myself, we all we started the toy drive, and in his honor, we continued it. So I'm glad we do it.
Dan, can I give it a shout out to Jim Duggan?
Yeah, please.
Jim, I know that you're going through hell right now. I want you to know our prayers are with you. Honestly, there's been times in the wrestling business where maybe you and me didn't see eye to eye, but I'm going to tell you something. You're a heck of a guy, and hang in there. Everybody's praying for you, and that's from here. That's from the heart. Thanks, Jim.
And his wife is a great lady, too.
Oh, she's
very nice
awesome.
lady.
I met her a couple times.
He was
yes.
He was another that was going to be with us at our reunion back on November the 13th.
But
you had to miss it because of your dad, but he had the prostate cancer. So we're hoping.
And that came like a thief in the night.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that came quick.
Wouldn't it be great, not only where we're going to have you with us on April the 13th, right down the street at Memorial Hall. If Hacksaw's feeling better, we'd love to have him and his wife with us, obviously. So most important thing is the health. We want to have Hacksaw get back to as close as 100% as possible, and then we'll worry about wrestling-related stuff.
Amen.
All right, back to the point of contention kind of this episode, a man that so many find so fascinating, especially the younger group of fans that have seen the Dark Side of the Ring program, that learned a little bit about Bruiser Brody. Do you remember where you were when you received the bad news back on that July of 1988?
I know exactly where I was. And I was with the Nasty Boys.
Oh, really? Okay.
We were at a place called Lord Fletcher's.
And where was that?
That's on Lake Minnetonka. Sounds like a movie, don't it? Lake Minnetonka in Minnesota, just west of the cities, okay? West of Minneapolis, okay? In Minnesota, it's a beautiful big lake, and it's got those bars on the lake. And you pull in your big boat, and you party. Everybody's got their white clothes, and everybody's having a great time. Well, all of a sudden, we get a phone call, and it actually wasn't me directly. Somebody, Wayne Bloom was with us. Mike Enos was with us. And I think Wayne answered the phone, and he said, "What do you want? We're partying," you know, that type of deal. Tell him Frank Goodish got murdered in Puerto Rico. And Wayne told me, and I, for some reason, knew it was true. And Frank asked me to go to Puerto Rico a couple times. I'm not saying I was asked that time, because I don't think he did. But I'll tell you this, Frank definitely was gonna, me and him were definitely gonna end up there. Because me and him, but the legend, the way it happened, you guys have heard it, okay? I won't go too far into it because I wasn't there. All I can tell you is we're at this lake and we're all partying, getting drunk on that date. What date was it?
I believe it was the 18th.
The 18th of?
88.
Of July?
Of July.
July. And anyways, you already got me on $20, you son of a gun. Anyways, I went into kind of like a shock. I'm like, and it dawned on me, my life is never going to be the same again. These guys are different, but I got a contract at home for $250 a year, which to me was like hitting the lottery. I got a friend that really liked me because, number one, I played a little pro football. I loved football. I loved working out like Frank, and we had a lot in common that way. And I didn't know Barbara well, his wife. That's why I didn't feel it was, I didn't go to the funeral, and I maybe should have, but I just didn't know Barbara that well, and I wanted her to be with her family. Anyways, it was absolutely shocking. I left that bar, and it was, you know how you got that feeling like you got someone socked you in the gut, and you're just staring as you drive, and you go, huh? What? What'd you say? And you're just like stoned, and you just, and it's because of the bad news. But Frank Goodish was a legend. Is a legend, has it become bigger than it really was? I don't think so. I think it is about what it is. He was a legend, and he was an ass-kicking legend, but he was an ass kicker in the professional ring, okay? In a professional style of wrestling. He could kick ass. Was he the toughest? That's another story.
Well, you know, it's interesting. We've had Tony Atlas here in this studio tell the story many times. We were with Dutch Mantell down in Tampa, Florida, who happened to be in the arena the night it happened. So we've had some very interesting different points of view on it. I say this, what I think is I don't want, nice certainly isn't the word, but I think it's great that Barbara Goodish still to this day in 2021 goes to the Cauliflower Alley Club reunions out in Vegas.
Awesome?
And she goes to these other various functions.
I didn't know that.
And she's actually, I think she's actually on the board of directors now with the Cauliflower. And you'd love it if you ever have a chance to go out to one of the reunions.
Oh,
it's really
I gotta
nice.
see her. I gotta see her. That
And
really,
just a sweet
really
human being, yeah.
That is really,
33
cool.
years now after the fact.
Man, that is so cool. Yeah, just her class and the way she handled it and everything. She is just a great woman.
Well, imagine getting that call. Well, when she called the hotel in the middle of the night, it was patched through to Dutch Mantell's room. You know, for her to take her little boy and go down to Puerto Rico, what mystified me was that why would Abdullah the Butcher tell her in the airport that he was dead? I mean, I don't think that should have come from him in that place. I think, you know, she should have been at a hotel or a hospital and sat down. And, you know, Abdullah was passing her like 2 trains in the night.
Yeah.
I thought that was wrong.
I agree with you. That was really tacky. And Abdul, you listen, you know, again, I'm telling the truth. First of all, he's a a small legend, let's say, that's real big. But is he a tough wrestler? He ain't worth a shit. You can gig him and he can bleed and all that, but besides that, he ain't worth a shit. And he shouldn't have said that to Barbara. Tony Atlas, I love Tony. He's got a way of going on and on and on and twisting the truth a little bit. Now, Dutch Mantell will tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Now, isn't that funny? Tony says that Dutch is lying about his version of it.
No, Dutch ain't a liar.
You trust Dutch.
I knew Dutch.
Love Dutch.
I knew Dutch for a whole year in Louisiana. I went over to his house and everything, townhouse, and everything. And Dutch ain't lying. Listen, Tony's got a way of twisting it, and Tony's got a way of doing shit that he shouldn't do. You could be having, I did have breakfast at the gathering. I was sitting there by myself. Barry Darsow, my childhood friend.
Great friend. I love, I think I've told you how much I love Barry.
Barry is my
Barry.
Barry's my childhood friend. He was in my wedding.
We're all going to be together April 16th at Memorial Hall, baby.
That's it. And it's all because of you, Dan, and we appreciate it. I really do. Because it's fun, and it's fun to see old wrestlers. But Barry, a guy like Barry, I was sitting down, there was another kid. Tony sits down and starts talking and won't quit talking.
What was he talking about?
And, all about him. And just like Ted DiBiase, Ted on and on and on. It's all about Ted. And that's a whole nother story. But listen.
Was there any debris coming from Tony's mouth?
Yes, there was. He was spitting out
debris.
chunks of egg and bacon and a little sausage. And I had to duck a few times, but I did it. And you know what I'm talking about.
Tony used to be here with us every week, and I used to get hit by pieces of chicken wing out of the left side of his mouth.
Listen, the way he eats is freaking disgusting. Tony, listen, keep it in your mouth, okay?
That's what she said.
You don't have to. That's what she said. Yes. Listen, the bottom line is he took Barry's spot. He's my childhood friend. And then Barry started talking. He goes, hey, man, I'm trying to talk. Well, you've been talking for 15 minutes.
He said that to Barry?
No. He actually said it to another guy that was trying to say something. He didn't say that to Barry, no. But he did say it to another guy. He said, hey, man, I'm trying to talk, yeah. Well, you've been talking for 15 minutes, I said to him. I said, and Darso's waiting to sit down. So get the fuck up. I was pissed. I said, get up, please.
You had enough of him at that point.
Yeah, enough is enough. But Tony, you guys know him as well as I do. Listen, he can be a great guy. I know that sometimes he screws people out of money. Like
right
someone,
here.
$800.
Like right here.
$800.
I'm not going to name any names. So
Tell the truth, baby Ruth. So anyways, long story short, Tony Atlas, I know he's got a great heart, but he's full of shit. Okay? And that's just how that is. But that don't stop a guy from having a great heart. I got a lot of friends that got great hearts, but they're full of shit. But they're my friends anyways, you know?
We had Tony that was with us every week that had a great heart that turned into a thief. And we had another one that battled substance issues on certain days that had a great heart.
Well,
so welcome to my 2018 to 2021.
Yeah, well, that is how this business can go.
And you know them both, so you can verify what it's like.
I definitely know them both. And listen, Marty, great guy, but Marty, quit effing up. Stop it. Don't even show up if you're going to drink. Don't come, okay? I'll come. You don't have to, okay? And I'm saying that out of love. get some help, do what you got to do. But you're going to end up in a lot of trouble. I know. I've done it.
Well, I have tried exhaustively with WWE to try and get him some help.
Yeah.
WWE is willing to give it, but you got to want it, as they have told me. So
yes, they will give it. They paid for Scott Hall. They paid for me. I got help.
Did you?
I don't. Yeah, I just, hey, listen, I'll be honest with you. I still have some cocktails. But getting drunk, I can't do it. I almost throw up.
It's good for you.
I don't like the taste of it even anymore. But anyway.
I think with Marty, it's more the substances, and I think with Tony, he's more worried about the free meal. Is that a way to put it?
That is.
All right, wrestling fans, running out of time. We'll be back after this brief
Thank you very much.
Get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now.
Wrestling fans, we hope you enjoyed the premiere episode of Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday with my new partner in crime, John Nord.
Yes, sir. It's good to be here, Dan.
Another legend joining the family. I mean, how many more Brody stories could we have shared tonight? How many more Andre stories could we have shared tonight? We're in for a hell of a story.
Wait till you hear the muffler story.
If you guys are enjoying what we're doing here, during the live premiere, chat away. Leave your thoughts in the description box below. Of course, the super chat button is always open. Again, it costs a lot to turn the lights on to this studio, to bring in great superstars, the hotels, the airfare, the printing, the great support staff that we have on hand. We got to take care of everybody, especially during the holiday season.
We got to give guys mufflers if they need them. And if you know what a muffler is, Dan?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
All right. Don't forget this Sunday night live, it's going to be the Boston Wrestling Christmas Party with John Cena Sr., the winner of the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. John Cena Sr. is going to pick that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. John Cena Sr.
Get your raffle tickets.
Kudos to you, baby.
Get your raffle tickets now at BostonWrestling.com. For as little as $5, you could win over $1,000 in prizes. But until next Thursday night, for John Nord, I'm unfortunately still Dan. We'll see you then for Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday. Tell a friend, tell a few.
Yo!
Wrestling fans, I'm honestly very interested in your input. If you're watching during the premiere on Saturday night, leave your thoughts in the premiere chat or after the fact in the comments section below. Look for another great brand new episode with the Berzerker this Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact on AXS TV. Still looking again, folks, for that last-minute holiday gift? Don't forget, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open for business 24/7 with great wrestling merchandise of superstars from every era. Click on the link in the description box below or simply head on over to bostonwrestling.com and click the store button. Now, it's time for the father figure of Boston Wrestling Sports, the man that will be with us live for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Cyber Raffle Drawing and Christmas Party tomorrow night. I could only be talking about the one, the only, the fabulous one himself, Mr. John Cena Sr. This week, Cena shoots on the holidays, WWE's Day 1 pay-per-view, Big E is WWE Champion, Bobby Lashley, and tons more. Check it out.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marty, John Cena Sr. Johnny, the holiday rush is on. People are buzzing. They're here, they're there, they're everywhere. We got the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive coming until we have that live Christmas party going on where fans can enter the cyber raffle from anywhere in the world if they're willing to pick up the shipping costs if they win. We've got the savior himself from up in the North Pole, Santa Claus, trying to help Marty Jannetty as he tries to navigate a new life down in Florida to get him back here in this studio. And the big one, all roads are headed back to Melrose, Johnny. Saturday night, April the 16th, it's Soul Survivor 10, back to the 80s. WWE Hall of Famer and AEW superstar Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, the greatest tag team in WWF history, the wild and unpredictable Berzerker, and so many more to be announced. Get your discount VIP packages and tickets at holiday pricing now at bostonwrestling.com. What we will do is send you an autographed Christmas card that you can give to a loved one, informing them of their great gift that you can watch them open on Christmas, then get to actually have the event experience on April 16th. It's like 2 for the price of 1.
Don't miss that experience. I'm going to tell you right now, the experience in November 13th, nothing but comments about that. It was unbelievable. And I tell you, the place is almost sold out. So if you're thinking about the 16th, if you want to meet the greats from the 80s, do not hesitate. Buy now. I'm not trying to give you the sales pitch. I don't get anything from it. All I'm saying is, if you enjoy professional wrestling like I do, if you want to meet Jake, you want to meet Axe and Smash, Berzerker, and more names to come. Me, come on down. Don't get locked out, because I get a feeling this is going to be a sellout event.
Hey, the fans have been buzzing about this one for a long time. We're going to have a great time. And again, for the holiday season, why not save a little money? We're flexible people. You know, we try and do what we can for the fans when we can. And I think it's nice that at least for the holiday season, the Christmas time, that they can save a little money. So we're trying to do what we can for you guys to give you the best value in professional wrestling. But Johnny, as these great talk shows continue, some great footage from Vegas. We had just Incredible and the Berzerker here this month. You, as always. Just what an amazing year 2021 has been. We don't want to see Marty gone for too long. Almost like Frosty said, I'll say goodbye, but don't you cry. I'll be back again someday. We're trying to look at maybe turning it into almost a season format with Marty. But, you know, lots of ways we can look at it. Tony Atlas, you know, went a certain route this year, which was unfortunate, as we enjoyed having him on Tuesdays. But we enjoyed the party with Marty on Thursday night. I think the only person that might be happy to see it go away is a friend of yours, A.E., who maybe if she ever saw the show would enjoy some of the stories that were shared. Do you think that would be an accurate statement, Johnny?
I don't get involved in that.
You don't get involved with that. I tell you this, and I think I've mentioned it before, but the fact that Brutus Beefcake dedicated the better part of a chapter of his book to it amazed me.
To A.E.?
Ian Valentine, yeah.
I haven't seen Beefcake's book. Maybe I should read
Well,
it.
you know what? I'm going to at least photocopy the pages and send them to you, because I can tell you this. There's one individual on this set that was in tears when they were reading.
You?
Yes. I was not expecting it. And then when I did, I almost fell on the floor.
I got a copy I can borrow. I'll bring back.
I don't have here with me.
All right.
But, you know, she was almost like, I don't know if you saw the movie Taken with Liam Neeson. Very special set of skills. But anyway, it is that time of the year, folks. We love Christmas here in Boston Wrestling. We're trying to do so much in such a little amount of time. As always, December is my busiest month of the year usually. And then you get that pest, Linda Moratti, trying to hustle vacations, trying to get me out of town. She's yeah.
Linda wants to go to Florida again?
And then when we get there, complains that she hates it. See what I'm dealing with? She's out of her mind, John.
I don't think it's Florida. I don't think she likes being with you.
Well, I know she doesn't like
She
being
just wants to
with
get the
me.
flight down, then you can go somewhere else.
Well, maybe that's it.
Huh?
And then the best one, though, was when she said, well, you don't have to go.
Oh, you just gave me the tickets?
You just pay for it.
And I'll go?
Yeah. Can you imagine my reaction to that one, knowing me?
You
John?
being a gentleman, you probably said, if that's what you'd like, that's what I'll do.
No, I did not say that,
Oh.
but I did say this. I said, I'm not looking for a confrontation. I'm looking for a conversation. And even that didn't go.
That ain't gonna work. No.
Johnny, I don't know. You hit the jackpot with the blonde that you wound up with. I don't know what the hell I did wrong.
Moniz is a wonderful human being. We have our outs and our differences. Believe me, there's been some knockdown, drag-out fights.
Really?
Absolutely. Wouldn't be a relationship if you didn't have that.
Maybe Linda needs a Peloton. I don't know.
Oh,
I got her a nice treadmill, I know.
No, treadmills are no good.
She wanted the treadmill.
The Peloton, and now I'm pushing Peloton now. So send the kickback to the holiday headlines.
Yeah,
All right?
Peloton, yeah.
Peloton, I'll tell you, the ability to get on that bike and have that screen in front of you and to have live classes where they recognize you, where you actually are brought and all your vitals are being registered. I've never seen anything like it in my life. For the money I paid for that, it's worth every single penny. Anybody that's serious about weight loss, toning up their body, Peloton is the way to go, because when you figure out going to the gym, she likes to spin, would be $130 for 10 spins. When you figure that out per year, the cost is much less than that, and you get up in the morning, do a 6 o'clock class if she wants to. When she stops over, she'll do an evening class. It's amazing. Plus, you can ride through Italy, France, whatever you want. This Peloton it's way beyond what I've ever seen for exercise, and it's awesome. You can just do cardio, or you can do cardio and strength. So it depends upon the package that you buy. Unbelievable. I highly recommend
You're
it.
talking, that's over a G, right?
What's that?
That's over a G, right?
1,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And did they assemble it for you, or did you have to do it?
Nope. Part of the package that I purchased was zero interest, which, well,
that helps.
I have it to pay it off if I need to. I never buy unless I can pay. But why not use your money? Why not use your money instead of mine, right?
No.
And
we'd both be in for a long payment plan.
And they said it was 2 or 3 weeks before delivery, which I said that'd be great. It'll come in time for Christmas. I ordered the item, and free was the shoes, the earbuds, and the weights.
Free shoes to ride the bike?
Yeah, special shoes to ride that because your feet have to lock in.
Oh,
to the
see,
pedals.
I didn't even know
Yeah,
that.
there's a cleat at the bottom that you slide in and locks in. And I get a call 3 days later saying, we're going to be at your house on Wednesday. Excuse me. And they were out in New Hampshire. Again, Sean and Nicole, thank you for a wonderful job. But they did. They came. They assembled it. They explained the whole thing. I put my membership in. There is a monthly membership if you want to pay it. It comes in 3 different levels. Obviously, I went to the top level.
Well, you're fabulous.
Go big or go home, as she says. But I'll tell you something.
my Jo said. She
She's
said she
faithful
liked
to
it
that
big.
bike. She's faithful to that bike. And
Do you ride it?
I have in my cigar room an ellipticator.
Oh, okay.
And I use the ellipticator.
You do, really? Again, we learn something new every time. I
do.
had no idea.
I can do that. My granddaughter, Ashlyn, embarrasses me. She's 8. She's
She can
this
do it
high.
better than you?
She gets in that thing, and she's flying. She's flying. So, yeah, the Peloton is, again, I guess if I got to plug a product, that's the way to go.
Well, and you made a happy woman out of it. Like I said, her social media posts couldn't have been any kinder. I know you don't even read them because you're not on
I'm not Facebook.
Yeah.
No. But every man or every woman should think about doing something for the person they love if they need to get this type of thing done. Because you buy that gym membership, I'm going to go. You never even go. It's a waste of money. It's right there. You say, I want to be at the 8 o'clock class. You push the button. The instructor's there. It's a live class. They'll say, hey, Dan, you're pedaling too slow. Let's go. Get it up there. And you can see all your vitals. I think one class she did, there was 8,865 people.
Wow.
From around the world doing this. So a good shot for Peloton, not a bad investment. I think for the money that you pay when you do the analysis, it comes out you're better off with the bike.
Maybe they should have got one of those for down here instead of that treadmill. It's
Never
pretty
should have
much
got the treadmill.
dust.
It's going to collect dust. Nobody's going to use it. But again, Linda Marotti deserves a Peloton.
No, she doesn't. If Linda wants to save up for her own money for one, sure. I'd love to see her get one. But I got the treadmill and I kick. Well, that's a different story for different time. We love Linda. We wish her a very Merry Christmas. I'm sure she's putting a lot of holiday cheer into the world, as much as you can when your automobile of choice is a broom. But
no wonder this lady doesn't want to go anywhere with you. Man, do you have anything good to say about anybody? Wow.
You know what? She's a very hard-working woman. The work that she does day in and day out with all of her patients with ALS, I give her credit for that. That's a tough job for anybody.
It is.
But you know what? Like I also say to her, it doesn't cost 10 cents to be nice.
Well, you should drink your own remedy. It doesn't cost 10 cents to be nice. When are you going to learn that?
I'm only not nice to those that don't deserve it.
In order to be forgiven, one must learn to forgive. Put that in your book. Another saying from John Cena Sr.
Do you think I should forgive Jack the Clown from down at the hall? For 13 years of misery.
You know what?
The Edna Garrett of the Millennium Wrestling Federation.
Each one of us, if we look
Should I make a list?
Each one of us, if we look in the mirror, can see our own imperfections. And it's only through my imperfection that someday I hope to achieve perfection. And when I reach perfection, then I'll dump on the person down there. I'll dump on you. I'll dump on
no one dumps on John C. Manicus Riley.
Oh, wow.
Never.
Linda Marotti, you hear that? You're a piece of get on the broom and ride. You must be from Hogsworth down there at Universal Studios. That's why he's saying that. You're not. Be kind. Be nice.
Well, she jobbed me out on the Home Depot bill, but I won't even talk about that.
Here we go.
Washer and a dryer. I can't even get my clothes cleaned in. A car under my name.
Where do you live?
A car I can't even get a ride in that I own. I can't even get a ride to the airport. I mean, Johnny, this isn't easy, brother.
Do you cohabitate with Miss Marotti?
Do I what?
Cohabitate?
Live with her? No.
Yeah. Okay, fans, right at the bottom. Shame on foolish you.
A minute ago, you're telling me I'm being too mean, and now you're telling me I'm being too nice.
Well,
Which
wait a
one
second.
is it?
Whoa. The reason you do all this,
yes,
and the reason I did what I did, was out of the goodness of my heart, expecting nothing in return.
I expected the bill for Home Depot to be paid every month, which it hasn't been.
You gave her the washer and dryer, didn't you?
Well, because...
Was there an understanding that she would pay the bill?
Yes. And you know how many times it's been... Well, it's been paid every month, but do you know how many times it's been paid by the person who got the washer and dryer?
Foolish you.
Well, you know what?
Whose name is the bill in?
This guy.
I guess the liability lies with you. Now let's talk about the car.
She's been good about the car. I'll give her that.
Whose name is the car in? There you go. So the liability relies on you.
She's been good. I'll publicly state she's been great about the car.
So now let's...
That's why I did the Home Depot, and then I took the 3 count monthly.
So what does this have to do with professional wrestling?
I have no idea, which is why John C. Manicus Riley just ran out from the booth to give us the wrap-up signal. Johnny wants to take a sip of his, got a little Fabo Vino in the coffee there,
no,
I think. I don't know.
it's Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're actually going to talk about what this show is all about. Professional wrestling, maybe with a little holiday seasoning chimed in. Stand by. Be right back.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the blue brand disrupt the dominance of the bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE Champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal Champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, we've kind of got our brains together. Dan Marati, along with the man that Eartha Kitt dedicated her version of Santa Baby to, Mr. John Cena. Yeah. Did you ever romance Eartha back in the day? No.
It's a drug-free workplace, folks. I don't know what I'm doing here with him. Let's continue. I have to leave.
Oh, I could see you and Eartha Kitt on the Peloton. All right, anyway.
See what I mean?
You know what it is? I'm so tired, Johnny. I've literally the past 3 nights, if I've had 15 hours of sleep, maybe that's what it is.
Well, just to make you feel good, my friend.
You haven't got a lot of sleep.
I go to bed at 1 in the morning.
You do?
And I'm up at 6 every day.
Why?
That's just my routine.
Why do you go to bed so late, out of curiosity?
The earliest I've gone to bed is midnight.
But why?
That's just my routine.
Shows that you like? Or?
No, I'm not watching TV.
What are you doing?
I'm either doing something on the hot sauce, or I'm doing something on the wood stove, or then I just take a break. Then I sit down, have my cup of coffee, and have.
You have a cup of coffee at midnight?
10 o'clock, 10:30, yeah.
And it doesn't keep. Maybe that's why you're staying up so late.
Nope, doesn't bother me.
All right. Well, I like to try and get 8, if I can come close. I'm usually looking at about 6, 6.5, and I'm not even coming close to that.
I was going to say, you're going to cut this, but that's what Linda Marati said.
The travel thing, I told you about going back and forth to New York in the same day, twice in 5 days, has got me, I'm running ragged. But anyway, it's the holiday season. You want to talk about the holiday season, Johnny? When was the last calendar month that WWE did not have a pay-per-view?
I don't know.
You're probably going back to March of '95, I'm going to guess. Maybe once there may have been an overlap in WrestleMania season, someone with Google could correct me, but in December of 2020, there is no, 2021, I should say, there is no WWE pay-per-view. But that takes us to Saturday night, January the 1st, day one from Oscar's new hometown of Hotlanta, GA, to kick off the new year right. There'll be January 1st, and then on January the 24th, also on a Saturday, which I like an awful lot, we're going to have the Royal Rumble from the big football stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. But what do you think? Well, you're not too excited about what about day two? But anyway, day one, Johnny, your thoughts on WWE's first ever New Year's Day pay-per-view. Do you think that's a good idea after everybody kind of, gets out of the champagne mode from New Year's Eve? Saturday night, sit down, watch a little wrestling.
What time is that on?
I'm going to guess 8.
At night.
Yeah.
Most people will be going to bed to get ready to go to work the next day.
On Sunday.
Monday's work day, isn't it?
No, it's a Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Both of the January pay-per-views are on Saturday this year, which I like.
If it were I would probably run that New Year's Eve.
Really?
People are looking for partying, something to watch, something to do. Come New Year's Day, I don't drink. I might have a glass of brandy once in a while. I've been making that wine for a long time, and anybody that knows me, of all the years I've made that wine, I have probably consumed 4 bottles. The rest I give away.
I would like 1 bottle,
you have
and I would even give you a little money for a second one to give as a gift.
To who?
I wouldn't want to say the name on the air.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. No. As long as it's not Cam Sagami.
No, please. What'd he do with the bottle?
Well, I'm looking to have him back. I tell you, he's going to be out for revenge.
Well, what he might do with that bottle.
I was complimented by JTG when I put Sagami on my shoulders.
You loved it.
JTG looked at me and said, man, I never expected that.
That was Christmas for you, being able to fling him around.
The fans went right over. Do you see how the fans took to that?
They loved it.
It's all about the fans. And in the opening was just the same. Anyway.
Fabovino. What the hell were we talking about? Oh, day one.
Right.
You'd say you'd go New Year's Eve. I do it on New Year's Eve.
That's when people have the Chinese food or Asian food. So you got to be careful. Asian food. That's when I have my Kentucky Fried or Popeye's chicken.
You have a little Popeyes on
I'm not interested. The Asian food is good, but you got to wait in line for how long? A lot of times I'll go to the Kowloon at 11:30 when they open, get the food, then bring it back and just reheat it. Yeah. Otherwise, you're standing in line
forever.
because they're that popular.
Now, but how did the Popeyes tradition begin in the Cena house?
It's just something, it's my favorite fried chicken.
Oh, it is. Do you like the biscuits?
Next to my own. They have, I'll tell you this.
Oh, wait a minute. Now you're really getting me going. You make fabulous fried chicken.
I do. And
I
biscuits.
love fried chicken.
And
biscuits.
Yep.
Oh, we may really have to take a field trip.
Biscuits and honey. And,
I don't need the honey. I just love the biscuits.
I'll tell you. And anyway, I enjoy that, and I would go so far as to say that I would put Popeye's chicken sandwich up against Chick-fil-A any day.
It's a good chicken sandwich.
It's an awesome, and I like it better than Chick-fil-A. Moniz likes Chick-fil-A.
Well, I was disappointed that they closed the Popeyes near Fenway Park. That was little Marty and I's favorite little place to stop on the way to the
They have the best fried chicken.
Yeah.
Best fried chicken.
Anyway, as we continue to get
Back
off
to
topic,
wrestling, I would do it on New Year's Eve.
Do you think the product's interesting enough for that age demographic right now to have a pay-per-view party on New Year's Eve?
I think so.
You do? Really?
Yes.
I disagree, but that's fine.
Well, that's fine because I think fewer and fewer people are hitting the streets for New Year's Eve. Fewer and fewer people. Watching the ball drop at home becomes the thing. I'm not freezing my butt off. Going into Boston for first night, fewer and fewer people. With the virus now, with the crime rate increasing, I think more and more people are staying to home.
Where is the crime rate increasing?
Take a look. Don't you read the news?
I'm too busy making these shows.
Well, don't believe him.
No, I am. I'm here. Ask John C. Manicus Riley. Please. But anyway.
That's by your own choice. Anyway.
I need for the fans to get the entertainment they enjoy, it takes time. It's like you making the Fabovino. You're not going to do a half-assed job.
No.
I'm here 7 days a week, and I still do a half-assed job.
Well, I agree with that.
But anyway.
But But anyway, more and more people are not choosing to venture out. It's not like it used to be. On New Year's Eve, I used to be out myself. I used to go over to the hotel in Danvers.
54?
They had an evening. What's that?
Studio 54 in New York?
No, they used to have an evening, a package at the DoubleTree over there in Danvers. It was like $185 or $200. Gave you the room, the buffet meal, the New York, the food, champagne, and a breakfast brunch in the morning.
Who would
going
you
to
take
Boston.
with you on that? A variety of guests.
I have a lot of guests.
Great outdoors. Did she ever go? No, she didn't bring any ice cream on New Year's Eve.
Anyway, so I would think that'd be an opportune time.
Yeah.
The day of New Year's, I disagree with on a Saturday night. This is what people want to sit home and watch. People on a Saturday night will do the same thing they did on the Friday night, New Year's night, or Eve. They want to go out to eat. They want to get out away. So
It is kind of a boring night, New Year's Eve.
all depends on who you are and where you are.
Well, I think all the fun is on New Year's Eve. I think that should be the holiday more than New Year's Day.
Do you really think that people want to sit there and watch professional wrestling on New Year's night? Please. Please.
I don't think it would be any different than any other day of the week. I think New Year's Eve right now, where it's such a aim more towards younger folk in a lot of ways, I think for something like UFC when it was hot, they always tried to have a big card around New Year's.
Well, what's their age bracket for WWE?
Right now?
Yeah.
The average viewer is in their 50s. So I'm...
What's that tell you? Are you going to be home at
sad.
night
Well, all right.
eating Asian food?
They're not going to be out.
There
All
you
right.
go.
Well, maybe you've proven yourself right again. I don't know. But Johnny, what a lackluster card they're putting together just to make matters worse. Main event. I don't even know if you know the main event, Johnny, but triple threat match for the WWE Championship is Big E Lanks, or I think he's just Big E now, defends the gold against Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins. Is there anything about that match that would make you either A, want to go to the show, or B, watch it on the Peacock basically for free?
I have Peacock. And
will you be watching it?
No.
No. You have no interest in that match.
That is a waste of my time because Big E is not going to lose the title. So, again, when my 8-year-old granddaughter can predict the outcome of the matches, what the hell is the point? There's no swerves. There's no turns. Maybe they'll give it to Owens because he's ready to leave.
Oh.
Maybe they'll give it back to Rollins.
Oh.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That's the problem. I don't want to, when you get to the point where you have no interest in seeing anyone win, and it doesn't seem like it's a great idea business-wise in any direction with either of the three from a business point of view, it's like, why bother? Then you also, I don't know if you saw the skit on Raw, the verbal altercation was all right, but a character maybe you could say a little past his prime is the foil. Edge cut a very impassioned promo on Raw. We know how excellent he can be. And he was confronted by The Miz and Maurice, the daughter of one of your former Flames, Marjo Ouellette. Do you think if they're going the route of having Edge work day one against Miz, it's a decent enough opponent where at least Edge isn't going through someone he could be working on one of the big shows?
I don't understand what they're doing. Edge is high caliber. They're using Edge just to give people the rub to put him over. They had to give the guy the belt, let him win, and really make some interesting
Well, do
moves.
you think, but my question, I guess, is do you think it's better than giving him a WrestleMania quality opponent on a B pay-per-view?
Yeah, I do. I do.
You think Miz is all right in that capacity?
Miz has come a long way. From a smart-ass kid that thought he was the best there was, the best there'd ever be.
Well,
He's
that's
really,
Bret Hart.
well, no. The Miz thought he was the cat's meow, and he's grown up an awful. Kudos to the Miz, and I'm not saying this
Because
to
of
being
Marjo.
no, I'm not saying this to be derogatory. I watched him when he first came in, and I see him now. What a difference! What a difference! He was like everybody else. Like I can name a couple of MWF wrestlers that get into the WWE and got booted out because of their attitude. So
He's a good company man. that's
He's
for
a
sure.
great man. I have nothing but respect. And his mom and dad, kudos to them. Whenever I'm at an event and they're there, we always chat and have a good time. Same thing with Triple H's parents. Great folks to sit and chat with.
And they love seeing you. Everybody, Betty Scollin, they all love seeing you.
They're all good
Hopefully Betty will be able to make it to the MSG house show the night after Christmas.
I guess I won't be there.
Well, we'll have to, maybe Moniz wants to.
Never been there at Madison Square Garden. Never have I been there.
We've got to change that. I'm sure Betty would be thrilled to see you in more ways than one. But it just feels like the idea on paper isn't bad, but just absolutely nothing to deliver. Nothing.
Then it tells you it's filler.
Yeah.
It's filler. And the trouble with the pay-per-views is, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, they're not pay-per-views. They're just extensions of SmackDown and Raw and NXT. Pay-per-views before the storylines were built, you couldn't wait to click that on and turn the VCR on to get a copy of those legendary historical matches. And the feud would continue for a reason. Not anymore. Why do you want to watch a pay-per-view? Why do you want to pay money for a pay-per-view? Crazy, crazy,
Well,
crazy.
that's why they're basically free now with Peacock now.
Nobody wants them.
Well,
I have Peacock. I don't watch it.
I think I'm always interested in seeing Royal Rumble. I enjoy that event.
Please.
You're not even interested? Johnny, I got to ask, we're running low on time in this episode.
We are.
Do you think it has turned into a flop that they took a white-hot Bobby Lashley at the Garden when I was at the Cauliflower Alley Club, took the title off him just so they can say, geez, Big E cashed in the briefcase, another gimmick that's been overexposed now every year, the cash in of the briefcase, not once but twice because they have to be equal. The women have to have the briefcase too, so we have two worthless cash-ins that people don't even remember at this point. But to take a guy that was finally hot in Bobby Lashley, finally over as Bobby Lashley, and just have him lose so they could take a guy that, was very good in his role comedically during New Day, but had little credibility as far as being a main attraction, a main draw, because they treated him like a goof and a fool. It's why Kofi's championship run was a failure, because as great of an athlete as Kofi is, he was pigeonholed into that comedy, and no one wanted to see it, and it wasn't believable as a top guy, which is why in 2019, after the internet fans got what they wanted with Kofi and Seth over Lesnar and Becky over Rousey, they were canceling house shows left and right because no one wanted to go to see them. No. So I guess back to my question, do you think it was a bad idea to take the title off of Bobby for basically nothing?
Right, but they see what they did, though, is they tried to give it some legitimacy. Lashley was supposedly tired out, couldn't go anymore. So it makes, in my opinion, if I were to analyze it, makes Big E look like a worthless champion taking advantage of a man that can't really defend himself. And I have nothing against Big E, believe me. Great guy.
It's the presentation.
It's the way
of the
they did it.
Yeah.
They destroyed Big E, and they certainly, in my opinion, made the biggest mistake of their lives by pulling that belt off of Bobby Lashley and then making him look like a buffoon.
And they've done nothing with him since. They had him lose to Goldberg in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Other than that, very little.
Maybe there's another AEW candidate.
Bobby? It took them so long to finally get it right, and I got to tell you this, I'll give them credit. It feels like they did get it right for a while, and then they just said, oh, well, it's a new season. They're always so worried about the ratings going down for Monday Night Football. You know what? Unless the Attitude Era 2.0 comes along, they are not going to compete and beat Monday Night Football. It is what it is.
It's over.
But you can also present a good product to keep the fans that do watch engaged.
I agree.
Big E has done nothing.
He's not putting asses
nothing.
in seats.
No one cares about Big E.
And the thing with Goldberg, I think they kind of gave that to him because,
he did the job at SummerSlam.
Right.
Yeah, unless people saw the Saudi show.
It was a trade-off. And
that's fine. I don't think Lashley doing a job to Goldberg hurt Lashley. I think Lashley losing the title to Big E hurt Lashley.
Oh, that ended it. What did I say when we did this? I said that just ended Lashley's streak. He's done. He's finished. And, it never should have happened. However, I don't write for them. That's Vince.
He's not happy with
that's got to be Miss Moniz Loft, but we'll talk to her.
Maybe she's on the Peloton.
We'll talk to her later.
All right. But just, man, and then you have to take it off him before WrestleMania. Could you see him in one of the marquee matches at WrestleMania with his stupidity?
It's just all wrong. The only
Everything.
storyline that makes
Everything.
the only storylines that make any sense are Reigns, the Usos, and Paul Heyman. There's a reason everything is being done, but it's being done too much now because there's nobody in the roster for him to face. It's over.
They've done a terrible job creating baby faces.
Oh, they have none.
It's
They have none.
Fans, what do you think? If you're watching during the live premiere, chat away in the left-hand side of the screen. The Super Chat button is always open. If you're watching after the fact, leave your thoughts in the comment section below, especially on Raw. Why is the roster so bad, and what would you do to try and improve it? Would you push Finn more as the Demon, which the fans seem to genuinely like? Would you turn Bobby Lashley babyface? Would you keep Bobby Lashley kick-ass heel and give him the belt back and try and imagine that everything with Big E never happened? We want your opinions. Right now, folks, we're going to take a brief time out. We're going to wrap up the show in just a second. We want to remind you again, all roads are heading back to Memorial Hall Saturday night, April the 16th. Get your discount VIP packages and tickets at bostonwrestling.com right about now.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/redrose.
/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, Johnny, what a month it has been. We got the live Christmas special. We got the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock Cyber Toy Drive. We got the Boston Wrestling eBay. We're trying to get Marty Jannetty back here on Thursday nights each and every week. We got the John Cena Sr. 4-pack, holiday pack, to try and help the toy drive. It's got the soda. It's got the 8x10. It's got the $1 Million bill, and it's got the brand new hot sauce. We got more going on that I can even remember in this fried out crazy brain of mine that needs some sleep, despite yours 1 to 6 that you go through. That's after all the years of the women, I guess, back in the late 60s and early 70s. You never got out of the routine. Back when you were a single man.
Woo!
You used to have a nice lass on your arm every now and then. Did you ever call them lasses?
Not 1, 2.
2 lasses?
No,
Did you ever call them lasses?
Never.
What? Now, why is that?
Because they're women. You should address them as they are, women.
Is lass disrespectful?
Lass is something that you do in Scotland. Hello, lassie. Lassie's a dog.
I'm asking, is it considered disrespectful?
Yeah, I don't. No, I think it is.
Really?
Why not use their proper name, Karen,
All right.
Susan, Wilhelmina, Moniz? Why not do that?
Well, I mean, instead of saying I had a dinner with a nice young lady.
There you go. Young lady is fine.
But I mean, a nice young lass. That's disrespectful.
To be respectful and not.
Really?
Yeah, lasses. Come on. That's just a.
Well,
That's Marty BS.
Honestly, that has nothing to do with me. But I'm interested in your point of view, as always. We're running out of time, Johnny. A week from tonight, for us, especially the Italians, we love our New Year's Eve.
Amen.
I mean, our Christmas Eve.
Yep.
What do you got cooking? No pun intended.
Cooking for Christmas Eve, I have red and white pizza. I have some baked eels. I have some
eels.
Eels.
I've never had eel.
Well, it's like eating snake. It's good. I have some clams, little neck clams. I have white and red spaghetti. No meat that night. And I also have conasciù, which is a little pizza dough that you make. It's kind of like soft. You put a piece of bacalao inside.
The bacalao.
Fry it up, and it's great. And then we end up playing a penny ante poker, whatever it is for cards, 21, whatever. Just have some fun till midnight.
How many Fabos come over?
We'll probably have eight or 9. Yeah, but they won't stay long. They'll come, they'll eat, they'll take my food and leave.
Now, what about Christmas Day? Do you have a lot of guests?
Christmas Day this year will not be at my house. I'll go to my son Matthew's to watch his 2 daughters open their gifts before they go to their mother's house. And then Dan, I'll go over to Dan's house when I'm finished with Matt, to have a little bit of breakfast. And then John is have a Christmas dinner. So it'll be kind of nice.
You're flying down to Florida?
No, I think we may be surprised this year.
Oh, really? All right. Well,
yep.
A different version of St. Nick.
We'll see. God bless him.
Hopefully we'll be back. We just got to try and figure out a schedule for you so we can be here next Friday night. Because I think, and you know, Johnny, one thing that makes me feel good about doing this show is when we have the fans chime in and they say, geez, you know what? There are times I feel awfully depressed or lonely, and then I put you guys on, and at least I laugh for an hour, and I forget about life's troubles and so on and so forth. And I think that's a nice thing, especially on the holidays.
Well, I think what we should do is do an evening version and have a call-in.
On Christmas Eve?
A call-in. I don't care. Well, Christmas Eve, I have Mass, so I can't do much there. But I would say if you want to do an evening taping, we do that. Let's hook up the phone. Let's have the fans call in.
Well, maybe some Sunday night we can try and coordinate that.
Why not? Let's do it. Let's do it.
But I do think it's nice. I love to do the holiday-themed episodes. You know, my Christmas Eve and Christmas Day will probably consist of being here producing the shows, but no rest for the weary, right? Now, who wants a holiday with me?
Do you know what? All I'm going to say is this.
Let's hear it, brother. Shoot.
Take off Christmas Eve and enjoy Christmas Day.
Who's going to do the shows?
Who gives a shit?
The fans.
You know what? No, fans, please. You know what?
The fans don't
You're
care.
another excuse for him to say he rubs his knuckles to the bone and bleeds on the floor. You know what? Stop. No, you want a big violin or a small violin?
Small one.
Well, okay, we can do that. So take Christmas Eve and enjoy it. Take Christmas Day and enjoy it, because you know what? When you come here the 26th, it's still going to be there. So relax, brother. take it easy, enjoy the holidays, and then come back to work like a normal human being. Because you know what? Nobody's going to give you a big kudos and thank you. Say,
No.
mea culpa, poor me. Nobody's going to care about that. So take Christmas Eve, listen to me, work Christmas Eve day, knock off at 5 o'clock, go home and enjoy yourself with your family and friends, and enjoy Christmas Day. And when you come in the 26th, and it's going to be the same thing. If you want to enjoy Christmas Day and have dinner, leave the house around 3 and come to the studio and work till 8 or 9. Fine. And then 26th, come in and start your day again. Don't,
Well,
you're
maybe
talking to the wrong man.
Maybe I'll take a little fabulous advice. You know, I thought maybe I could do a live special for those that didn't have any friends and family.
Dan, nobody's going to be watching for a live special. Believe me.
You'd be surprised.
No, they're not.
We'll have to talk to John C. Manicus Riley.
Trust me. Before I started out on the dating scene, I used to eat Christmas dinner, and Christmas Eve I was at the Kowloon. So
How long ago are we talking?
I don't know, 10 years ago maybe.
Oh, you mean recent?
Yeah.
I thought you meant way
No,
back.
no. So, so, you know, people are out there, they're enjoying themselves, and some of those people like myself, we're eating by ourselves. Please, they don't need to see you on Christmas Eve. They don't need you to ruin their Christmas Day. You know what?
I'd be ruining it by doing it for them.
Yeah, the special all right, you want to come down and do your gimmick, you come down and do your gimmick.
It's not a gimmick. It was something I was doing out of the kindness of my heart.
Yeah, well, nobody cares about that. So what I want you to do is produce it. If that's how you feel, you got to do it.
All right.
I want to know how many hits you have for that Christmas special.
All right, we'll see.
50 if you're lucky.
I'm not, what's the word I'm looking for? I am not cementing and giving my word that I'm going to do it. It was just a thought that I thought that might be nice.
No.
Manicus thought it was a good idea.
Fuck it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Forget him too.
Manicus!
Cut that. Forget him too. I think what you need to do is Christmas Eve and Christmas Day is family time.
We'll do our pre-taped regular shows.
Yeah, but don't do anything. Don't even show up. You want to come here?
No. I mean, I'll have them edited and they'll be ready to go at their regular time.
That's right.
All
Bye. See you later.
No live special.
No. Bye.
right.
Who cares?
All right, guys.
You and WWE.
I was trying to be nice. I don't know. All right, but for my good friend, Eartha Kitt's partner in crime, Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Again, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Get involved in the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. If you're going to get involved in any toy drive and you're a wrestling fan, why not get involved in a wrestling-themed toy drive in honor of this fine, fine man that we wish was with us this Christmas, every Christmas and every day. As well, if you're in the Northeast and even beyond, Saturday night, April the 16th, Boston Wrestling MWF presents Soul Survivor 10, back to the 80s, which is where we wish we could send Piggott with Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition,
You don't listen.
the Berzerker and
Wow.
more. Discount fee.
Oh my God.
BostonWrestling.com. For John Cena Sr., I'm a way overtired Dan Marati. Until we speak again, you and yours, be well, be healthy, Merry Christmas. Good night, Boston.
Wow.
Don't forget that John Cena Sr. is back for a brand new episode each and every Friday night at 11 p.m. after SmackDown and AEW Rampage. Always interesting insight from the former WWE Raw main eventer. Well, folks, I hate to say it, but it is that time of week again. Quickly, we remind you to get your discount VIP packages and tickets to Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s ASAP so we can get you the autographed Christmas card signed by WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and Marty Jannetty over at BostonWrestling.com. Again, if you're looking for a great gift to give the wrestling fan on your holiday list, if you're outside of the Northeast, check out the Boston Wrestling eBay store. Link can be found in the description box below, as well as the store button on BostonWrestling.com. As noted, we're trying to get Marty Jannetty back into the studio ASAP for a brand new season of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. You can directly help the cause by supporting our prize-filled Indiegogo campaign. Again, link in the description box below or across our social media platforms. And it all culminates with the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive Christmas Party tomorrow night, Sunday, December the 19th, LIVE Live with John Cena Sr. and other friends, where one lucky fan anywhere in the world can win thousands of dollars in prizes for as little as a $5 raffle ticket, all while honoring Paul Bearer and updating Santa's GPS to find every kid's house this year. Raffle tickets in the list of prizes are available now at bostonwrestling.com. Fans, again, it's unfortunately that time. As much as I hate to go, I'm mentally and physically exhausted from all the travel I've been doing, along with the 10 to 15 hour days nonstop here at the studio every day. I'm home. We're trying to end 2021 with a bang. Your Super Chat donations go a long, long way in keeping these programs produced, along with sharing the link across social media so more and more new fans can check out what we're doing. We hope you had a great time tonight, had a lot of fun reliving the memories with all these legends. We'll be back with more great content all week long. Don't be like Dan Marati. Please take a moment, breathe, relax, enjoy the holidays, enjoy the people around you, friends, family, loved ones. Last year's Christmas was lousy for a lot of folks. Let's make up for it in 2021. So until we speak again, folks, I'll be back next week for another Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Until then, you and yours, be healthy, be safe. Merry Christmas from Boston. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.